What is going on, everyone? What is going on? Welcome to a special edition of the Dirty Bird Fly Through. This is a special edition because there's some things that have to be addressed as it pertains to the Atlanta Falcons fan base. And um, there's someone in particular who he has I think a great insight on the Atlanta Falcons fan base, and you all know him, and you know he's always up here, he's always supporting, he's always showing love, he's always a part of the conversation. And tonight, man, this is really his opportunity to express his concerns about the Atlanta Falcons fan base, that he has. So, at this time, I present to you 3Durty.
Hey, what's going on, man? Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say anything. Um, okay. Well, it's more than a just a concern about the fan base. That's how I initially started when I was talking to you. I think that we probably needs to get into the structure of the fan base, the levels. I think they're, in my opinion, there are different levels of this fan base in all of the franchises in the NFL, and they all play a part in the overall fan experience, which kind of spills over into the team experience also. That's why, like you hear Mr. Blank talking about, he hears the from the people and they're listening, and sometimes we probably say, "Nah, I ain't really listening," but after I did some research, I think he does listen, man. I think that to a certain extent that the fan base itself has a lot of influence on some of the things that are how the franchise moves. Now, of course, we're not going to, as a fan, collectively, we're not going to tell him how to run his business. But I think that we have an influence collectively on a lot of the things that go on. Because I was surprised that they're going to even change the uniform so fast. For example, um, me myself, I'm actually it doesn't matter to me because I like throwbacks. I always like the old Falcon colors, the old, just the Falcon emblem. So whatever they do moving forward, it's fine with me. If it helps us to win games, that's fine. So just got all kind of fans, and I learned tonight that just because you see a person wearing Falcon paraphernalia doesn't necessarily mean that they're a fan. I was at the store and I had on an old bucket hat. I was trying to get myself in the mode of doing this thing, which I'll give in my disclaimer in a few minutes. Um, just trying to get my mind right to do this. And I came out of the store and I seen the guy with a Falcon hoodie on. So we made eye contact. I just pointed at the logo on my hat. And at first he didn't catch on. I pointed at it again. I looked down at the hoodie. He was like, "Oh man, this ain't nothing but a hoodie, man. This is what I got on." So I'm saying that to say this that you know is everybody's not a fan. It may look that way. We may perceive it that way for whatever reason, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are a fan of the Falcons. So the first part of this is I want to get into the fan types because I've heard times of people that I know are fans, and some of them are content creators. And I'm gonna call and shout out to Uncle Steve's Lounge on this one. He was one of the guys that kind of gave me a insight on how to really look at, and just be a fan and not get outside of the lane of being that fan and just be the fan of the logo. Don't be a fan of the players. The players come and go, but the logo at the end of the day is going to stay. It's going to be there. And if the players come in and if nobody likes the players, they're still on the team. And as long as they're on the team, hey, that's who you support at the time. It's almost like being on the bandwagon, but it's just like, we're gonna let you come in as long as you're wearing the logo. But if Mr. Blank them say it's time to go, I'm pretty much done with you. And that's what I got out. That's what I got from him when he always say, man, he's a fan of the logo. He's loyal to the logo. So I got into what are the type of fans. Okay, you got your passionate, long-term supporters. I'm a long-time loyal supporter. You have your casual fans. You have diehard fans. Glass half full, glass half empty. Fair weather, aka bandwagon. You got your casual part-time. Then you got your super fans. You got your long-term legacy fans. And then you just got, you got fans that, well, they just go with the flow. And then you have those guys, and I fit into this category to a certain extent. Long distance fans that travel to the games, be it one game, a season, depending on how far you are away, or all the games. Me, myself, I made a commitment. And to all of these levels of fans that I just talked about, they have made a certain commitment to be, to fit into one of these categories. And I made a commitment to become when I was a season ticket holder at the Georgia Dome. And then once we went over to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, then the PSL licensing ownership or whatever you want to call it came in. So that's the first part of when I started doing my research and just to kind of find out what what's going on with the fans and are they all the same? No, they're not. But that doesn't mean that one is better than the other one. It just means that they're not the same. You got fans that never go in the stadium, but they tailgate. They tailgate every year, like every game, every year. So they're putting revenue if they're like at the different places that the Falcons or Mr. Blank designate, like the Home Depot area. Can't really think of the whole name because I never parked there, but the Home Depot part of it, and they're putting their money in, and they're open to pretty much anybody that comes through. I've never seen a tailgater that was not welcoming if they didn't know you. Now you may have to pay some money to kind of assist with the bills of doing the tailgate and all of the costs, but they are a part of the tailgate experience. And then you have other experiences. I'm gonna get into those, but that was just one of them. The tailgaters, the super fans. I'm gonna shout out to one of them. Shout out to Vinny Dorsey. his fandom took him to the draft, and he was able to get on television and shut down the joke. And he went viral for that. So shout out to Vinny. Some of the things that falling into one of these categories is, which is everybody up here is a dirty bird. We are a dirty bird. That's what we're known as. And by me coming to North Carolina from Georgia, that kind of was my tag, as a young teenager. But it's spelled with a U. So you got all of us are supposed to be loyal. We're gonna say that. Even if you're a bandwagon fan, you have a certain level of loyalty. Since 1966, you got some people that they've been dealing with these Falcons since Fulton County Stadium with a lot of memories. I got a few memories from Fulton County Stadium, but as a whole, they got a lot of memories to the three homes of the Atlanta Falcons. And of course, I'm not going to get too far into it. We got the big boy. We got the big one. When we not only when we went to the Super Bowl in the '90s, but the disappointment of those fans that experienced the first one and experienced the second one. They were there. That's as far as I'm gonna go with that. It takes a lot to just hang on with this team. It takes a lot to be not hang on, but just be optimistic from season to season. But I mean, that's anything in life, though. If you commit to it, you're gonna have your ups and downs, and you just have to, find a way to just continue to stay motivated, stay committed, and what I'm gonna get into later about how we conduct ourselves as fans. You always, especially when you're out in the public or you're on the internet or you are somewhere representing the Falcons, you have got to do it with your chest out, no matter what. And I think that's where a lot of the fans, that's where their skin gets real thin on that part of it. Because we're not the only franchise that had a moderate lifespan in the NFL. I'm pretty sure that we're not. I probably could name a couple of teams that have done worse. And it goes back into, sometimes we get it as fans, we get too excited, because of one player that comes into town and whatever the media does in that span. For instance, we all know, we had Deion Sanders. We let him slip away. Well, we didn't let him slip away, but the ownership let him slip away. This guy went on to be probably one of the best players, top 5 players of all time. And we let him get away. We let Brett Favre get away. We've let a lot of players come to Atlanta and get away. Okay, fine. We still with the team. Then we thought we had something. Michael Vick came. And in my opinion, the fans, they really didn't care as a whole if we won or lost. They were just excited to the attention that Michael Vick brought to Atlanta, to the NFL, to the team. I remember a lot of times just riding on the train, and We lost, but they're talking about that one play that Michael Vick made. That one big play. It was fine, but then we got used to it. We got used to being excited. We got used to the attention, and all of a sudden it went away because of decisions that he made, and that was a tough time for all of the fans. But the owners, they made a lot of money. The fans, we still. The only good thing about it was it wasn't PSLs back then, um, but the owners made a lot of money. But the fans had to hang on, and of course Matt Ryan came. Well, after a really really down time, Matt Ryan came, and in my opinion, he kind of went against the grain of what we had experienced in Atlanta since the days of Jerry Glanville, who, in my opinion, was the guy that put the Falcons into the modern mindset that we're in. He had he let celebrities come on the sideline. The way he dressed, his swagger, a lot of things that he did, and a lot of things that he allowed. He understood the culture of Atlanta, and he embraced it, and he made the most of it. And all of this is my opinion from what I saw, from how I took it, and that was a big turning point for the culture as a whole of the fan base, especially the local fan base, because everybody was going there. They knew there was going to be some celebrities in the house. There was going to be a lot going on the sideline, and Atlanta was going to be hot Atlanta. But then Matt Ryan came, going back up to Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan was the blue collar guy, come in, mild mannered, until he got on the field. He became a monster. So now the fans, we didn't really, as a whole, we were excited, but we didn't. It was just a different excitement. And even to this day, Matt Ryan doesn't get the notoriety that I think that he deserves as totally. But stats and just reputation and hard work and just showing up every day, it'll override all of that. So it's just like the rest of them. Matt did his time, and he had to move on. And I think a lot of and that like separated or divided the fan base again, because you got a lot of fans that are really bitter about um, just the overall attitude of the fans about Matt Ryan, um, versus people are still saying that people would have rather have had Michael Vick versus Matt Ryan. Just little things that are making this fan base not be as solid as we need to be. And this is pretty much why I'm just talking about it, because and now we've got another avenue of for the fans, for the experience of being a Falcon fan, and that is content creators. And that, I mean, it's everywhere on all of the other platforms. Too many for me to name. The only platforms I'm on with the Falcons is YouTube, and I do have a Facebook page, but that's kind of tied in with my business. And I'm I watch a couple of the content creators, and with these content creators pages, as a whole, the content creators, they're doing okay. But all together, you got your good and your bad, which we won't talk about that right now. I'm not gonna single out anybody or anything, but the 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 content creators kind of can control and motivate, or whatever you want to call it, the fan experience from their end. And I think there's an unwritten rule that that's one of those things that when you start to become a content creator, that for the Falcons, if you're saying you're a Falcon fan and you're about the Falcons, then your number one thing is should be half full as much as you can. If you're a content creator and you're half empty all the time, we don't need it. If you're a fan and you're in the stadium, if you're buying your tickets and you're in the stadium, um, you get into your seat late. Um, you just not don't go crazy, do cartwheels or anything, but just support your team, show the support, be in your seats when the game starts. Because the football players are looking around, they want that edge. A lot of stadiums, when you go there, they have the home field advantage, and most of it is because of the fans. And I've seen teams like Chicago, Green Bay, even Seattle, the Raiders, the Cowboys. They come in, and I probably missed a few. They come in and they take over. They've taken over the Georgia Dome. They've taken over the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Even where a lot of people call them A word, but I call them the Saints. I'm going to give them their responsibility, their respectful name. But they come to Atlanta and they just take over the stadium. And to me, we're not going to fight or anything, but we're not showing the the fan support of the team. And overall, as far as morale and all of that, I think that kind of gives us a bad look in the public eye. And even with the saying, a lot of people say they tired of the rise up, but that's what been big here lately. I mean, the Dirty Bird is still here. They got the Dirty Bird nest, and they're still doing the rise up. It's okay with me, but I've heard a lot of people saying that they're tired of it. Well, if you're tired of it, then I'm pretty sure you can go on the website and come up with another slogan. Only person I heard came up with another slogan was ATLGA Faithful, and he was like, "Let's hunt." ATL, let's hunt. That's what he said. And Georgia Texas boy says, "What this new era is here." But other than that, I haven't really heard anything as far as other than that. But the fans also have their hands in. They're vocal. They're heard in the community. They're involved in the community. Um, they do. They participate in the Atlantic Station experience. They go to the practices. They go to whatever they're having at the stadium, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. They participate in that, and they do the takeovers, especially in New Orleans. And if I'm not mistaken, one time for the fans, they have Falcon backed venue that they have going to different places. I think they've went on cruises. They head up the parades in the different cities. All of this stuff is just from the fans. So back to what I said at the beginning, it's not just I like the Falcons and I watch them on TV or I go to a few games or whatever. Because everybody has their place, and there's no better fan and there's no worse fan, but they're still on different levels. It's almost like having a job, and every level has a different pay scale. But right now, as a fan, I think I'm gonna speak for the ones that are just out here grinding, you know, season to season. Um, we want them to get it together. We want the team to get it together. Um, put a good product on the field so that we can regain that same swagger that we had before. With the different experiences, with the Matt Ryan experience, with the Michael Vick experience, even with the Deion Sanders experience. I think that's what every fan wants. So now, the number two thing that I want to talk about, because of how people look at the fans and even the people that are in conversation, it's I don't know if they're pulling people's legs or if that's how they feel. To a certain extent, the consensus is that the Falcon fans don't really matter that much as we would think that we do. And I deep dove on it because I was like, wow, that's kind of a kick in the gut if that's the case. I've even heard that the PSL owners that Mr. Blank don't need their money. You know, I'm like, oh, that's kind of messed up, is that? But then I did some deep diving into that, and I found out that when they started the PSL ownership, they collected, I think, $140 million in PSL licensing, and that's from the fans now. $140 million to come up in the bin, but that's a one-time fee. Then last year, and this was public record, ticket sales receipts came up to 90 million in one season. So that's from the fans. I don't care if it's the scalpers. It could be there's suite owners. I'm pretty sure they're including that. The suite owners from the mezzanine to the field seats over there behind behind the end zone with the lounge chairs in it. All of that, 90 million. And it was suggested that the fan base was like 1% of 1%. So if 90 million is 1%, then I'll take that. So that was kind of shocking to me because I didn't realize that they was turning that kind of money over from the fans, and we're not even talking about the other ways that the Falcons are making money. Um, with the commitment from the fans, one way or the other. Okay, I kind of talked about um, the money side, the big money side, the big picture. But you got your in the stadium revenue, and during the games and practices and and what they do, the open practices and the scrimmages and the preseason, you have the emotional support, and hopefully one day we'll regain our home field advantage. I think we do okay on primetime games, in my opinion, because that's just how Atlanta move right now. Primetime games, you're going to have a lot of people there, um, and it's going to be real hype. But this past when Buffalo came to town, and I've heard that Buffalo has one of the smallest fan base. Not saying that they're not strong in their fandom, but as a size, they have a smaller fan base. And when they came to the game, even though we won, they represented. And that was a away game. So, and I'm not, and maybe a lot of people in Atlanta are Buffalo fans. Merchandise sales in the stadium. Now, of course, you got people that sell items outside of the stadium, but you got your in the stadium revenue. Um, they're still in the, you still got representatives in the stadium that still are trying to sign more people up for season tickets. Oh, but by the way, um, there's a waiting list. So not like Green Bay, but it's still a waiting list to be a member of the Mercedes-Benz licensing. And I think that Mr. Blank has did a great job for the fans with the improved game day experiences in the stadium. He's done a lot. He take a lot of steps to make sure that even if you're out walking around, you can still watch the game. Me myself, I'm in my seat, so and then you have the standing room, so there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's $45 or whatever to get in the stadium, and you can do this stand up room over there. That's great too. Um, and then you got the people that come to the stadium. They have their superstitions and they have their little routines and their energy. Certain energy that they try to individually um, give to the team. My only superstition is, even though Mr. Blank has went really deep dove overboard, or whatever you want to call it, to make the food experience um, affordable for the fans, or either say, man, that's a good deal. You get the whole tray for $20. I have not bought any food in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and I'm protesting. That's why I'm not doing it. I'm protesting because I want a playoff game in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And when we get a playoff game in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, I'm going to buy the $20 tray. But until then, Mr. Blank, that's just what I'm gonna do. And you probably ain't missing my little $20, but I'm not gonna buy it until we get a playoff. And maybe that'll be a good luck charm at the same time. Now that I put it in the air. Um, Another way that fans, as far as the experience, I don't know if everybody got it, but I've had a few emails from the Falcon organization, and I did some surveys, gave feedback from my standpoint. I don't know if they know that but they probably know that I live out of town, out of state, and they probably figured out that I travel back and forth or whatever. Um, but that part of it, because I've asked a few people, had they done any surveys, and these people, that they're local, so um, they said nah, maybe they didn't see it in the email or whatever, but it's a lot to take in. But everything that I'm talking about is fan involvement. So, you know, let's not just focus on that part of it. So, like if we're not winning, we're not involved. That's the only thing we got to lay our head on. No, there's a lot of things going on. Mr. Blank has done a lot of things to not only make money, but just give you your bang for your buck. But most of us, we just want to win. We ain't worrying about all that. All of the hype and the facility and all of that. Because I was happy with the Georgia Dome myself, but um, that's another story in itself. But we went out with a bang, though. Every fan that was at that Green Bay game, the Seattle game and the Green Bay game, um, they can say that we walked out of there. We did a send off party that nobody will ever forget. And last but not least, as far as this part about just the fan participation, and it's not always a bad thing, but you have fans that just choose not to, for whatever reason, they don't want to go to the game, but they're fans, nevertheless. They're fans. They watch the games on television, and they also they contribute to the franchise because of the views and I guess the sponsorship of the commercials and all that. I'm not that much into that, but I did do a little research, and they talked about that, how the fans still um, contribute to the overall franchise. They're playing fantasy football. They're betting online. They might order some merchandise on, while they're sitting there watching the game. And but I got one thing to say about that now. And somebody might get mad. But if you choose to stay home, watch the game, and that's what you do, don't knock the people that's paying their money to go to the game. Now, I've heard people say that, well, they're losing and you're wasting your money. Nah, don't do that. That's not fair. That's not fair now. We're all fans and we commit different ways, and we don't need to do that. And especially saying it publicly, I've been on the train and you got people on the train and they'll ask, who did the Falcons play today? And I'll be like, oh my God. I usually would say, well, we played so and so. Did we win? And I was like, man, this guy playing with me. So now when they ask me, I don't even say anything. Win or lose, I don't even say anything. So, like I said, if you choose to stay home and for whatever reason, just like we can't knock you for staying home, we can't knock the people that tailgating and they don't want to come in. We can't knock the people that buy the tickets and sell them. A lot of people are mad about that, but you can't. I mean, it's just how it goes. That's all in the circle of life of a franchise, in my opinion. But what we do need to do, we need to respect each other as fans and understand that we're here to support the team best we can. We're here to cheer the team on. We're here to say positive things about the team because there's always something positive you can say. You know, we had last couple of seasons. I'm gonna say since 2017, we've had some questionable um, coaches, coaching changes, um, GM changes, and we haven't fared well. But we stuck around, and um, but in my opinion, I think that we might have been a little rough. And I'm saying we. I'm not saying that I did it, but I'm going to put myself in the category because I am a fan. I think that we may be been a little rough on some of the players because they maybe didn't meet our expectations, or they just didn't work out, and the coaches also. I think we maybe was a little rough on those guys, um, and that's not a good look when it's done publicly, because it also shines the light on your management um, in the office. That can these guys pick? Can we pick the right people to run this team? So and this whole thing is geared towards being better fans and understanding that everything that we do when it comes to these Falcons, um, we're under a microscope anyway, whether you believe it or not. And the way the media is now, oh, they're gonna love to see something negative, especially with the Falcons, because every time something happens with the Falcons, it blows up. No matter what the Falcons do. When we played Seattle, they won the Super Bowl. Okay, they eventually went to win the Super Bowl. They came here and they put up numbers on us. But you know what the main thing was in the paper? The guy that runs this channel. He had his own way of expressing his fandom and his disappointment to how the franchise was putting the product on the field. He did, and it went and it blew up. Everybody know who it is. It was the bag man. That's what I call him. It was the bag man, and that was his way of saying, "Hey, Mr. Blank, I'm not really satisfied with what we got going on." And he did it. And he demonstrated it in a peaceful way, but he wasn't doing no interviews, and he wasn't on his channel, really, really going off like that. He just did it. He just did it to the person that he know that pulled the strings. I mean, sometimes you got to show tough love as a fan, but you do it, and then you step back. And that's what he did. He got in, he showed Mr. Blank he wasn't satisfied, and he stepped back. And so now you see what we got. We done made, we should be optimistic right now. We got a new coaching staff. We got Iceman up in the building. We got IAN in the building. You know, everybody the fans were dissatisfied with Rich McKay. He's obviously he's still in the sporting entertainment circle with Mr. Blank, but you know, he's not directly got his hands on the Falcons anymore, so they say. And I'm gonna believe it until I don't believe it. And now, without directly calling any names out, we got to talk about. And I was questioning myself if I should even talk about this part of because I don't know if some people might say they're not fans, but we got to talk about the downside of the fan base as a whole. I remember back in the day, we used to talk about, when you're coming to the game and the guys are saying who got tickets for sale, who got tickets for sale. Those are the I call them scalpers. I think that's still the name. Um, but they're out there, of course they're getting tickets, and they used to would have the paper tickets or whatever. And sometimes, I mean, you're rolling the dice when you buy stuff from them back in the day. So, that made a bad experience for some. But then you had the guys that were legit. They would get the tickets, and their market would be to catch a person that really wants to go to the game that didn't have tickets at the time, and they were able to buy these tickets at an inflated price, but yet still go to the game. And I don't have a whole lot of a whole lot of information on this part of it, but the situation with the bird lady. Um, you know, She was labeled as a super fan. She was, in the eye of many, the media. Um, I'm pretty sure she was getting some compensation for showing up to different places, but then she got into a situation where that I guess she was trying to pay for her tickets or whatever she was doing with the money, but she winded up um, not holding up her end of the bargain, even though she had the money. And I don't know what happened with it. I don't wish her no nothing bad to happen to her, but I mean she's gonna have to pay some type of way because of what she did. But nevertheless, she has been a representative of the Falcons fan base for quite some time. And I also heard that there's an original bird lady. So that's how it goes when when you're representing something, a logo or a name or whatever. Sometimes everything is raked into the same pile. So we have to, as fans, and I can only speak as fans, we have got to come together and at least act right when companies here, so to speak. And I hope that what I'm saying is understood. I'm not a podcaster. I don't have the format of how to do this. I'm not trying to be a content creator or none of that. But I was given the opportunity to come up here and speak on this platform with my concern. Um, I'm trying to make sure before I kind of get out of this, if I covered everything. What I know, like we're going back to the stadium. You got the different levels, and I'm gonna speak on this briefly because of like you got your third level, then you got your second level, then you got your first level, and then you got your lower level, then you got your suites, and you got your other seating. It's probably some seating in there that I don't even know about. Club level, general admission, field level, club, um, just all different kind of seating areas that's that's accessible if you got the money. But even though I don't have that $45,000 for a suite, I'm gonna be honest with you. The cats, their commitment is different than mine. And every level that you go down close to the field, those people commitment on the financial side is different. It doesn't make them a bigger fan, but they are committed in a different sense. So, like I've been saying as a whole, man, just we can't sit around here and question fandom because of differences of opinion, because of players, because of the situations that come up. Um, because we're not satisfied with the coaching and it's a process. It's always a process. It's always going to be a process. Even when you're winning, it's a process. So I just think my overall thing is just to put this out there and let everybody know that no matter where you are contributing as a fan. You have a voice. You make an impact. They're different, but the impact is made. And I think as a whole, that all of it, when done the right way, is going to give the players a better experience from the fans. So that's pretty much it, Chandler.
3Durty, everyone. 3Durty, an OG, a longtime Atlanta Falcons fan with an amazing speech tonight about the state of the Atlanta Falcons fan base. It was an amazing address. I feel like you hit every important point that could have been hit about the current state of the Atlanta Falcons fan base, and obviously the past states of the Atlanta Falcons fan base. That, as as we all know, the Atlanta Falcons have been a NFL franchise for 60 years now, and there are obviously your young Falcons fans. There are your OGs in this fan base, and everything in between. But one thing about it is there are plenty of, I would say, different types of Falcons fans, and I feel like you hit the nail on the head describing each type of Falcons fan and what really, at the end of the day, as we all are Falcons fans, but we have to be honest, what really does make each Falcons fan different from the other. So at this time, I have shared the link in the chat. If anyone would like to come up and join the conversation and potentially challenge even some of 3Durty's um, comments that he made, please come up and do so. But just be respectful to 3Durty. That's the only thing I ask. Um, but what I will say is I want to particularly look at what you said kind of towards the end in terms of touching on the different fans that the Falcons have. And even as much as what level you sit at in the stadium, you brought up, this is just one of the first things that comes up in my mind, the people that
Okay.
sit down in the suite areas. Um, the thing is, number one, with those suite areas, those are obviously the most expensive tickets in the stadium. And you will probably notice that within that area, I'm not saying all of those people, aren't Falcons fans, aren't real Falcons fans, because, I mean, they even show in the stadium during games. People down in that area excited into the game, or at least into them getting shown on the camera during the commercial breaks. But I also think it's important to understand that there is a large conglomerate of fans that sit in these suite areas that are sitting in the suite areas for a reason. Number one, as we know, the suite areas are where you have really the most things to do within it. You have all the nice restaurants. You have some amazing scenery in there, lights, the whole shebang, you could say. The thing with the suite area, and also the 25 to 25 suites, and that's particularly what I am talking about. You also have your end zone suites that are really, they are probably the most expensive tickets in the entire stadium. The thing with the suite areas is, and this is the reason why I believe the Atlanta Falcons, they don't have a home field advantage. And this was a point that was brought up to me. I want to shout out someone. I want to shout out Blake Newsom, who brought this point up to me a couple years ago. There is a reason the Atlanta Falcons do not have a home field advantage. It is because that um, 25 to 25 suite area in the stadium that has priced out the regular passionate fans, and the only people that can afford those seats are celebrities or are people that have connections to major corporations, things like that, or they got a lot of money. But the thing is with a lot of those fans, and it's just common, it's what we see, they are not as engaged and they're not as passionate as the Falcons fan that you will run into sitting in especially the 300 section. So I will say this as my statement of the night. It doesn't matter how much you paid for that ticket or not. It matters the energy that you bring to the game. If you are not out of your seat on every third down, if you do not leave that stadium with a little bit of rasp in your voice, especially knowing win or loss, especially if it was a close game that came down to the end, which, as we know, we had several games like that last season in particular, and that's pretty much how most Falcons games in Atlanta go. They're going to come down to the end regardless. If you do not leave that stadium with a little bit of raspiness in your voice or more raspiness in your voice, if you do not leave that stadium feeling like you had a impact and you were legitimately part of the experience, not because you went to the game and you got some of that high dollar sweet food. I'm not talking about the $2 hot dogs or the $20 platter. I'm talking about what we don't talk about, which is still the most expensive food in that stadium comes from the Delta Club, from the Mercedes-Benz Club, those suites. If you did not sit there and you did not absolutely engage in what was going on for all 4 quarters, I don't care how much you paid for the ticket. I don't care how much you pay for season tickets. In general, I don't care where you were sitting. I don't care if you were down on the field. If you were not as engaged, and that is a common trend whenever you go to Falcons games, in the words of Kendrick Lamar, you're not like us.
Ba, 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 na. Exactly.
And
But you know, go ahead.
tell me that I'm wrong. Tell me
And
that
you're
I'm
not.
wrong. I'd love for someone to come up here and tell me. You just listen. Y'all just heard this man for nearly an hour break it down to you. You just heard me make that statement. Tell me that I am wrong. I know you didn't say this, but I can kind of chop it down for y'all. In case you missed it, the state of the Atlanta Falcons fan base, and I'm not talking about all fans, but I'm talking about in general, it's mediocre. When y'all go to the stadium,
Right.
y'all need to do better. Y'all need to get and now I am going to talk about the regular fans. They sit there, they sit on their phones. They're more worried about other BS than actually engaging. And I can't, and listen, I got to hold myself accountable. I can't say that I don't go to Falcons games and sometimes I might, sit on my phone. I might be more worried about capturing a moment than actually engaging. It happens from time to time. We all got to do better. We all have to do better. But at the end of the day, it is a poor, mediocre state of this fan base. You have plenty of amazing content creators out here. Then you also have content creators that are not so amazing. And they really don't do much good, but that is for another time.
Hey Chandler,
What's up?
since you said that, I got a list. And it's just what I know about as far as the content creators. And if I miss a name, don't hold it against me. You got and not in no particular order. It's just I just was writing them down. Um, Locked on Falcons, Falcons Empire, the eye test, Gax Boy Speak, aka Georgia Texas Boy New Era, Jazzy Jeff. Haven't seen him in a while. CC Ryder, Smitty Sports Machine, Rise Up Rundown, AFN, Pound for Pound, Dirty Fanatics United, Almighty Fresh, Birdcage, For My ATL, T Will, that's ATL Sports Zone. You got Atlanta Falcons Pod, Water Boys, Coach's Corner, ATL Will, Dirty Bird, The Pandemic, aka Cowboy. You got Twisted Torch, Jew Talk, Mad Mike Network, Big Low, Country, ATLGA Faithful, Recondo, Real Falcon Fan, 95 North. You got 6 Man K, 6MK. You got Coach Unchained over there in Seattle. By the way, 95 North, that's Roberto. He's up north, way up north. You got Noah E. I think he's out west. You got A1. You got Uncle Steve's Lounge, the Bird Gang. One time for the fan. You got Maggie T, the First Lady. Slitter, OG Sam, out of your Falcon mind. You got the heavy hitters. You got the Dixon Way. You got Marcus Washington, aka On the Mark. You got the Don. You got OG Truth, ATL Sports. I think that's one. That's the end game. You got Mark Cheney. You got Wolf Respectfully, who is in quite a few states up.
Shout out to Wolf.
Yes, sir. Wolf Respectfully. Get your life up, not your likes. You got Blackberry.
Shout out to
That's
Blackberry. He was in the chat
the
earlier.
home team.
Home team.
Oh, okay. Uh, Dirty Falcon Podcast. Will the Georgia, was it Will the Georgia Reaper? I think. I don't think I wrote it all down. You got Jamerus. You got Debo Vibes, and I think his brother does some things with him too. You got the Loch Ness. You got ATL Kool Aid Drinker, C Double, Killer Grooves, NFC South Roundtable, Cole from Atlanta, Mark Cheney, Dirty Bird Diner, the Red and Rev Show. Well, you know, Red, he's a frequenter of the eye test with John Harris and Winston Thornton. You got Miss B, ATL, and last but not least, you got the New Millennium. Those are just guys that I have dealt with and
And of
you know,
course,
listen over the years.
I'm sure you did mention me. You are watching the Dirty Bird fly through.
Bird fly through. Yeah. Um
And we forgot one after tonight, you are one now. 3Durty.
oh look man, I'm just an old OG in the chat, man. I'll pop out
Nah, you're
every
one
now
of
and then
hey.
when they drop the link.
Whether you upload content or you don't, you're one of us.
Okay. Then since you in the city, I'm gonna ask a couple of questions too.
Go ahead.
Okay. In the city. I mean I come down time for time, but I'm not in the mainstream. What is the, in your opinion, the emotional fatigue and disconnection um, with the fans base for this team? Whether it be in the stores, what you hear on the radio, the content creators or what have you? What?
I feel like the easy answer to that question would obviously be the wins and losses,
Uh-huh.
but I also feel like there's something more to it that I really, I'll put it to you this way. You talked about the Falcons and their fans love to be entertained. I'm sure now your day was a long time ago, but I can also put my finger on this and I'll tell you this. There are a lot of okay, I want to go back to a couple of years ago. When Julio Jones left Atlanta, the Falcons officially had a big hole in terms of their superstar. Who was their superstar? And because let's be completely honest, Matt Ryan is probably the greatest Atlanta Falcon in history, but he was never the superstar for the team. He was never he in those early seasons. It was Tony Gonzalez, it was Roddy White, it was Michael Turner. Then once Julio came around, we know who it was. Some people thought, a lot of people expected it would be Kyle Pitts because the moment that Julio was going out the door, Kyle Pitts was coming into the door. Kyle Pitts had an amazing rookie season with Matt Ryan throwing him the ball, but as we know, after that, Kyle Pitts, he suffered an injury, and there were really a lot of questions, about his ability up until this past season when he, in many ways, redeemed himself and did show that he is a capable player. And it looks very possible Kyle Pitts could still have a great career in Atlanta. He was franchise tagged, and the Falcons and his people are working on a new contract to keep him here long term. Then the Falcons drafted Drake London, and Drake London has, in my opinion, he's been consistency. He is, no matter what has been thrown at Drake London, he's always came out, he's always produced. He's always given you his all. And then in 2023, the Atlanta Falcons drafted Bijan Robinson, and without a shadow of a doubt, he is the Falcons' new era superstar. He has filled that void that was left by Julio Jones, and that before Julio, obviously Michael Vick filled, and then before Michael Vick, Deion Sanders filled. But the thing is even with Bijan, it doesn't feel like in the city because I'm gonna tell you this. Even if people didn't watch the Falcons, people knew when the Falcons came up, oh, Julio Jones. They talked about Julio Jones. That was the number one jersey of choice was Julio Jones. And then obviously before that, man, you could speak for this. The whole world knew who Michael Vick was. We don't even gotta talk about that. And Deion Sanders is who really you said Jerry Glanville. It was Jerry Glanville and Deion Sanders that put the Falcons up on the map. Those were the two main guys. But
In my opinion.
I feel, well, it kind of is the case. But from a player standpoint, it was Deion. Then you had Vic. Then you had Julio. Bijan is a very humble guy. He is a man of God. He doesn't do a lot of talking. He obviously is, very. Bijan posts a Bible verse daily. He is a man of God. Bijan is a superstar, but he doesn't act like a superstar. Now, Julio didn't act like a superstar either, but at the same time, it just feels like there's a disconnect with the Falcons, so much so that even our superstar, who, as we know, Bijan Robinson has turned into and is actively right now turning into one of the faces of the NFL. But I just get the feeling in this city. Now, you see a lot of Bijan. You'll see whenever you see modern Falcons jerseys, and we're getting ready to get new jerseys. Bijan's is typically the first one that you see. And that number seven's obviously very popular, but Bijan's is the first one that you see. Um, but it just doesn't feel like a lot of people they even talk about Bijan, because I'm going to be completely honest. I think it all I think goes back to what I simply said. It comes down to wins and losses, but that's where I say, okay, I need the Falcons to start winning. I need them. I need the Falcons in the playoffs. I need them to start winning. I need these games we talk about. It's a matter of a couple of plays. Every season. Out of course the 17 games, it comes down to a couple plays, spread it out through like 2 or 3 games. That was the difference of us winning the NFC South or not. I need the Falcons. If that's what it comes down to, I need them to be on the right side of those 2 or 3 plays next year or coming up soon. I need them to win the NFC South. I need them in the playoffs so I can get a better gauge on where the Atlanta Falcons fan base is in terms of, I'll call them, just like in the military, and you're a military guy, you have your reserves. I'm going to call them reserve fans. Fans that will only show up when it's easy for them to show up, and that's when the Falcons are winning. Because now I'm going to be honest too about one thing. The Atlanta Falcons were 6-3 last year. And it was definitely the most energy that you had felt around the Falcons in a lot of years here. But even when we were 6-3, it almost didn't feel like we were 6-3, because no, you didn't hear bashing, but man, 6-3, as we know, that can really mean that that means you're a solid team. Now we know how that season finished out. We were 6-3 at one point, and you know we were looking like we were right on the cusp of getting back to where we always wanted to get to. And then, man, even at that point, it almost felt like it felt a little secondary for some reason. Now, I have some reasons about it. There were, during that time, a lot of other stuff going on just in the world in general that we're not going to get into tonight. But still, I need to see the Falcons in the playoffs. I need to see the Falcons hosting a playoff game in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And I really need to see not just inside the stadium, because I feel like the Falcons can pack the stadium for a home playoff game. But I need to feel the energy in the city the week during. How many people have, even the reserve fans? Do the reserve fans come out, or if what happens, and what I honestly kind of fear, but what I also feel like it's more of a possibility than people think, which is, even if the Falcons do get back to the playoffs, has it been so long that the Falcons have sucked that many people are just going to look at it as an afterthought, because the Falcons, they wore their patience out with these people. It would be very
Right.
unfortunate. It would, I think, speak a lot to, the fact that they probably weren't ever really fans in the first place. Because I also, man, you got to think, it's been 10 years since the Super Bowl year. Um, you know, but I can still remember it like it's yesterday, the energy that you could feel. And we obviously haven't felt the energy since. But, as everyone loves to talk about the embarrassment of that came from that, you know, but the thing is we can't prove the national narrative on that right. Because if you prove
Mm.
if you prove the narrative that was set on by the national media, that the Falcons won't ever recover, then what what that ends up that what that means is not just the team didn't recover, but the fans didn't recover. The fans aren't coming out. The fans aren't excited anymore, even when the Falcons do win, because they fear that the inevitable will happen and the Falcons will let them down. That's been the entire story of the Atlanta Falcons. That's also been the story of the Detroit Lions.
Right.
And yet,
So we're not the only ones that's on this roller coaster.
yeah,
Well, let me ask you this right here, because this kind of falls in line with it. When you go in, all right, walking up to the stadium, obviously, there's a lot going on outside. You walk around, everybody's out there hyped. And, now tailgating has went to a level of, I mean, it's just crazy, man. You got your TVs out there, of course, and you got music, DJing, just any kind of food you want is out there. You know that. You see people dressed up. You see like the Fambulance. Shout out to my man Daniel. Anybody know these guys? They're the guys in the red suits. They have tailor-made suits that they wear to the games with, their I guess their favorite players on them. And this guy had a mini bus that's like total Falcon bus. I mean, it's crazy. And it's a couple of them, around. But this guy, I've been on it personally, and if I can find one, I'll send you a picture of it. But with all of that going on, how do you feel when you come in and you go to your seat and a lot of the stadium is empty,
let me
but the
tell.
opposing fans are there, you know, ready to go, and very disrespectful, may I
Let,
add.
let, well, the disrespect honestly depends on what fan bases you're dealing with. Like I'll say this about Buffalo fans. There were a couple Buffalo fans that were obviously up in there, and they were disrespecting, the house, in terms of bringing their shit up in there. But
Uh-huh.
I will say, for the most part, a lot of Bills fans last year, I felt like they 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 were respectful. Bills fans, I feel like Bills fans are known as generally nice people. I'll say that. So I think that's what the Bills have going for them. Now, as far as your main question, there is probably for me no better feeling than walking into Mercedes-Benz Stadium, or at least feelings. There's very few feelings that are better than that. Probably the only feeling that is probably better than that is the feeling of a woman.
I,
I'm just being honest.
I hope there's not a close second, to the feeling of a woman versus going into the stadium. I hope it not at your age. I might can say that, but I don't want you to say that right now, brother.
Oh well, I mean, hey,
But
we already
continue.
know the feeling of a woman. There's nothing like it. Ain't nothing. That's why I kind of had to pause myself. But outside
Right.
of the feeling of a woman, for me, going into the bins is one of the best. It's one of the best feelings. Because for me, as a Falcons fan, born and bred, it's really one of those things where you almost can't describe how special it is, even though the team has not made the playoffs and coming up on a decade. It's the connection I have to the team. Um, the thing is about it though, when I see opposing fans fill up the seats, I can't necessarily say it's it's shocking. It's frustrating, but it ain't shocking because we know how. I'm just think this is just who Atlanta is. This is just who Atlanta is. Atlanta. Be honest about Atlanta. Atlanta is not willing to go through the mud. They're not willing to go through the dirt. I'm going to bring up a point you made last season of why you didn't think they were going to fire Raheem, because Falcons fans they're not willing to go through the mud and they're not willing to go through the dirt of essentially going through a new head coach and a new GM, even though it's what was needed. It's what every Falcons fan was calling for. Atlanta people and Atlanta fans, they love chaos. The addiction the city of Atlanta, well, I'm not going to put it on the entire city, but I'll put it on the Falcons. The addiction that the Falcons have is to chaos, and the thing is, you can tell that the Falcons organization themselves and the Falcons players, they're not set up to withstand chaos in the way that a Dallas Cowboys are or a Philadelphia. They're not built to withstand chaos. That's not that listen, that's not who Arthur Blank is. Arthur Blank wants everything buttoned up. He wants everything, to be all about teamwork and effort and collaboration. But recently, as we know, the Atlanta Falcons have become indulged into chaos both on the field and off the field. So
That's very true. Good point.
but
And the fans are losing their minds.
fans are losing their minds because it's the equivalent to snorting crack.
I don't know nothing about that, but
hold on. Now I'm gonna tell you something though, and I'm not immune to it.
Okay.
Cause
Right.
when the JPJ news broke, I
Uh-huh.
jumped right on live, just as a lot of other people did. When the news about a week or so ago about the assistant coach from Michigan that we hired came out, I jumped on live. That's just how it is as content creators. Whenever we, especially during the off season, whenever we have something to talk about, we gotta talk about it, man. We gotta jump on that. We gotta talk about it, and we gotta hope that it grows a conversation. See, that's what I want. And matter of fact, the link is in the chat. Join the conversation. Think we got a couple people watching. Join the conversation, man. Cause look, you just heard 3Durty give an amazing address. You're hearing me now speak about it. And we're diving deeper into some of the points about this address. There's, four of y'all up in here. And shout out to y'all. Shout out to Blackberry. The link is in the chat. Join the conversation.
Blackberry still in the chat.
Well, he was in the chat earlier.
I would say, yeah. I wanted, I know he's busy, but I wanted Uncle Steve to come in, but he told me he was tired of. He had some, and I kind of told him at the last minute. But also before I go further with this, I want to shout out Marcus Washington too. He's the guy that in my opinion, coined the phrase logo business.
Shout out to him.
Yeah.
Because
shout out to on the mark. Yeah.
I will say this. We have to, this is what we have to realize, okay? And shout out to Marcus Washington on the mark for coining that phrase. When Julio Jones got traded, it was a very frustrating time. I was frustrated at Julio more so, mainly because I was kind of born just with a conscience of logo business. No player goes above the logo. When Matt Ryan got traded, it was kind of a somber day. But
why?
Listen, for me,
how do you feel about that as a fan?
When Matt Ryan got traded after being this team's quarterback for nearly 15 years, it wasn't necessarily even about how much longer it was going to last, but it was just about the fact that, all these years, it's come to an end. It's going to set in some sort of grieving process. But the next morning I woke up, I was still a Falcons fan.
Were you grieving or were you mad? Were you angry?
I was more grieving than anything, just because of it. Listen, I grew up with Matt Ryan. You know this.
But you had some fans that were mad. They're still angry. Why?
Yeah,
This is
well,
what I'm talking about. We're
if you're
letting
still
that
angry
stop
about
us
that
from moving forward.
4 years after it happened, when Matt Ryan's back in the building now, running, basically running the entire operation, I
Right.
meant it this way. I was grieving the day he got traded. I'm not
Right.
grieving. It's 4 years later, and Matt Ryan's back with the organization in a role that means he has a bigger responsibility now than I would say he ever. Well, he had a very big responsibility as quarterback. I'm not going to discount that, but this responsibility now, it's a bigger one because now he's up in a suit making the decisions.
And look, and that's how I saw him when he came to the after the Mike Vera, Michael Vick era. Um, and those that are listening, I mean, I was no bigger Michael Vick fan than I was a um, Matt Ryan fan or Steve Bartkowski fan. So, and I've heard all of that. You know, people are arguing about still saying that the people want even now with Michael Penix. Why is the conversation with the fans and our some of our local content creators even talking about Penix? People want the Penix experience to be like Michael Vick. I've heard nobody. I haven't really heard that. He's not even the same player as Michael Vick. But see, this is what's hurting the fan base, man. This is what hurting the perception of the fan base. That we are still having these type of conversations instead of really deep diving in. And not all of a lot of them don't do it, but you got to deep dive into Stefanski and Cunningham and who he brought in with him and stuff like that. And the things that come to the Falcons and they don't work out, just throw them out like trash on Tuesday and keep moving. And see, the media outside of their Falcon fan base, I mean, out of the Falcon circle, they know that that's what we're gonna do as a whole. They know that's what we're gonna do. Like you were saying, the fans show up when it's easy to show up. I get it. You
That's a
know,
common thing with
pe-
a lot of NFL fan bases, so I
people,
understand it.
yeah, we ain't
But,
gonna do it, but I'm just
however,
saying. Go
there
ahead.
is a thing where it just feels like with Atlanta, man, they're so fickle about everything.
Oh yeah, they're fickle, man. But I, me myself, I'm like, I made a commitment, and to be honest about it, as long as I've been season ticket holder on my own for as many years as I've been, and then transferred over to the PSL, and I've even been said, because I mentioned it because that's what I do. That's my lifestyle. And I've heard people, oh, just because you're a PSL owner, that don't mean you're a fan. Hmm. Okay. So what does it mean then? And I'm talking about all of them. I've had look and I shouted them out earlier, but Uncle Steve had to do. He did a show because and he was that passionate that somebody would question his fandom because he had an opinion that wasn't an opinion, a comfortable opinion, and he did a show on it. And he wasn't ugly. He didn't get up there and say, he didn't show out because it was his platform. He kind of just was like, you know, letting the people know that you know he was feeling some type of way, you know, and he's a passionate guy, and I was like, why would they even, what does that have to do with anything if you feel a certain way? But anyway, I see somebody's popped in.
Oh, yeah, we got Atlanta Falcons Fandemic up in here. What's going on
Oh,
with
that's
you?
my guy, man. That's my guy, man.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? What's going on?
What's
Hey,
going on, buddy?
what'd you think about the address?
Say it one more time.
What'd you think about the address, man?
The not the Falcon address, right? You know, you talking about
No,
the
he
sport.
talking about no, he talking about what I said. I did a State of the Union address for the fans. Were you up? But maybe you didn't catch it, man.
I
Maybe you
didn't
just
catch
came
it.
in.
I did not catch it. When
Okay.
did you do
Hey,
this?
you're gonna have to go back and rewind. But we talked about a lot of things, man. We talked about the fans. We talked about the different types of fans. We talked about what it take, differentiating the, real the passionate fans versus the,
Well,
I guess you could call them 50 percenters, 30 percenters, or whatever. But what do you think about that?
I would tell you, I literally, and I wasn't going to come on because I was working on my next show, and it deals more with the us fans following what the masses say, right?
Okay.
Uh, and it's addressing the quarterback situation, right? And
Right.
the more and more I listen, I sit and listen. I have listened to a number of content creators and read the comments in the chat, and I cannot fathom, I cannot believe that we're actually entertaining the fact of even considering Anthony Richardson or Tua. I don't know. I don't understand it. I mean, the most I will give them is Kyler Murray, and it's
That, that
only
that's
of
what
the
I'll be
money.
telling. That's what I'll be telling them. That's the most I'll give them is Kyler, and it's only
Yeah,
because of the money.
only because of the money. Because and like I said, I'm not gonna say a whole lot about. Um, well, I say it like this: when you take a look at the number of players that Kyler Murray had at his disposal, right? It doesn't get much better here. I mean, yes, we do have a talented squad here, but you talk about the number of players that uh, Kyler Murray had in Arizona during his time in Arizona, and he didn't have like just one weapon at that time. He had multiple weapons on the team at one time, just like what we have here. Because if he comes here, he would have Drake, he would have Bijan, he would have Kyle Pitts. But he had the same thing in Arizona and still was not able to get it done. And he had a far better OC. It was just that his performance just. I'm thinking that his passes were I'm going to say successful because of the talent of the receivers. Because it wasn't nothing that he did that was so elaborate that made me think that Kyler Murray is the guy for this new system that we have. I mean, yes, the guy can throw a ball. Yes, he has phenomenal ways he can make plays with his legs. But when it comes down to finding that receiver, I'm thinking the receiver had to put on. I take it like this: when Matt Ryan had Julio, Julio had to make some acrobatic catches playing with Matt Ryan. Not saying Matt Ryan could not throw, but he had to make some acrobatic catches from Matt Ryan to make that pass successful. And that's
A
the same
lot.
thing. Yeah, and that's the same thing that would happen with Kyler Murray. I mean, I get to give you a rundown of all the players that Kyler Murray had in 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 Arizona. DeAndre Hopkins, prime receiver. Larry Fitzgerald, who needs no introduction. Marvin Harrison. He's I mean Hollywood Brown, Christian Kirk, AJ Green, Trey McBride, James Conner, Zach Ertz. I mean the list goes on. So I'm trying to figure, and it does not get in. And here, is a developing system. So to talk about bringing in a quarterback that's on his downward slope, and plus he's fighting off an injury, a recent injury at that. It's not a old injury. So we're talking about bringing him here into a culture that's pretty much in shock right now because we actually thought we were going to be better than what we are now. We did, and the fact that we're going to look a whole lot different than we did last season. This thing is going to be crazy. I mean, I'm actually looking forward to see how this coaching staff brings this team about because I mean, it's not going to be the same team we had last season,
I-
contrary to what people think.
If that's who I think it is now, who is that just joined up in here a second ago?
Uh, on team, what's happening?
Him,
Home team, home team.
D.
What's
Tiller,
going on,
yeah.
baby?
What's happening, D?
What's happening, yo?
Yo,
Hey, what?
Yeah.
Hey, what?
I like that logo you got there, buddy.
Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah, no C, just a K.
What? What? Hey, what?
Home
What'd you?
team.
First of all, what'd you think about the address?
Um, I don't, uh, Dirty my guy. You know, I don't necessarily have the same outlook with some of the in-game fan perception as far as have I don't necessarily agree with. I'm trying to think of what words I want to use here.
Man, hey man, just speak with your chest, man. I know you ain't gonna come disrespectful, man. You just gonna
No,
keep it real, man.
I'm just trying to find my words, ain't.
Okay.
But um, I guess the moniker that a fan should have
Mm-hmm.
during games, I don't necessarily agree with that moniker. I do think that fans that attend the games, if you bought a ticket, then hell, in my opinion, you do whatever the hell you want with that ticket. But if you're gonna attend the games, um, then it only makes sense to be in your seat. It only makes sense to be in your seat. But a lot of that has also to do with the amenities around the stadium, and
Oh, it's a
the
club now.
it is the
Hey,
Falcons. That's what Arthur Blank pretty much put together. He put together a Sunday club, Sunday midday club,
mhm.
and and I love it.
Uh, uh,
You
uh,
know,
a Sunday midday club that is kid friendly, or at least
right,
PG-13.
right. Um, and I love it. But I'm gonna tell y'all what gets fans in their seats even more is when they see consistency in winning,
Mhm.
and that goes for anybody that's purchasing tickets. That goes for anybody that's um that wants to purchase tickets. But maybe they don't because they budget in anyway, right? And they look at their budget and they really want to go to a Falcons game, but then they look at, well, they're not winning, so
Yeah.
I'm on a budget. I'm not going to waste my money on a ticket just to go see them lose at home.
Mhm.
You can't blame those fans for that. I'm not going to blame them for that. That I'm going to hold it to my team and my organization to develop that winning culture. So it goes to where if I got to choose between, if I'm choosing between buying a ticket and and going to the eye doctor and paying the copay that week,
Right.
I want to be able to say, you know what, I can reschedule the eye doctor for next week. I'm gonna go to this Falcon
Oh
game.
yeah.
Right.
Hey, shout out to the chat real quick. Shout out to the chat, man. We got Georgia Texas boy now up on the panel. Hey, it's going down tonight. We got a loaded panel up here. We got
Oh,
3Durty. We got Fandemic. We got Blackberry
Well,
Home Team. We got Georgia
What's up
Texas
with you,
boy
gay
and
boy?
yours truly. If you missed it earlier, 3Durty gave an amazing address about the state of the Atlanta Falcons fan base. Want to shout out and show love to the chat. Carolina Panthers guy up in here, up in enemy territory. What's going on? Augusta Gator, what's going on, Augusta Gator? Hey, man, I heard you're back in your season tickets, man. Good to hear that you're going to be back in the bins this year. Man, and shout out to the rest of the chat. Hey, hit the link still. Hit the link. We got room up in here. You know, you might have to get in where you fit in, but we still got room up in here, so hit the link, share it out, subscribe.
So you're right.
Hey, well, let me step in with the right there. I hope that that's not the message that was received because of what I said. Um, I broke down the different fans, and um, I wanted to say that pretty much that wherever you are, whatever you're doing, you're still a fan, and
Mhm.
you affect the team in your own way.
Yeah.
And like I said, I never said anything, and I don't think I did. I hope I did, and I'll go back and listen to it. But I don't think that I even pushed the issue of whether you bought a ticket. I'm just like, wherever you are with your fandom,
Mhm.
be the best fan in that capacity. And that's because we're divided.
Oh,
That's my whole thing.
oh yeah.
You got one guy that he feels good about what he's doing for the team, whether whether he's in the suite or he's in third level or he's tailgating or he's away or whatever he's doing, he feels good. He's doing well by the team. But what happens is that because we're not winning, because of just the overall temperature of this team in the city, that I just see the division. Maybe it's because I don't be there all the time. I just see the division when I walk in that stadium. I see the division when I'm on the train. I hear the division when I listen to on content creators. I see the division.
And what when you say you see the division, you division between who?
You've got you've got some people that are stuck on players, current and old. You've got people that, to me, they're never positive about the Falcons.
Yeah.
No matter what happens, it's just negativity.
Mhm. Yeah.
How you ever been around some people, man, in your life, and you just got those people that don't never have anything good to say.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's just overall, like I said, I have been on the train, and you got people on the train. Like I said, they must be playing with me or something. Man, the Falcons play today. I didn't know the Falcons played today.
Right. Right.
And I'm looking at this cat like, like I said, I used to fall for it. Yeah, man, I just came from the game. Yeah, they played. Did they? Well, who did they play? Play so and so and
And
so.
like, hey,
Did they win?
you know what day it is. Shit, come on now. I want to read
Well,
off a
well,
comment
but
also from Augusta Gator. He said Atlanta tailgates are not PG-13. What do y'all think about that?
oh, Atlanta got some
Tailgate.
lit tailgating now.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna tell you about that. Shoot.
It's a totally different vibe too, and I'm not gonna say it in a negative way, but the vibe is better outside with the tailgate than it is inside with the fans that's actually in the game.
Well,
That's just the way I take. That's
it's
just
what it is. You ain't lying now.
but it is, and let's be real. Since the ticket prices have went up, that has become more of a norm to go to the tailgate as opposed to being inside at the game. Because most of the people that are uh, outside of the game either have been former season ticket holders or they just go to certain games. But the
Exactly. You're
vibe
right.
outside is definitely that should be what they should be trying to do. Get those people that are outside tailgating, because a lot of them guys start coming in the night previously to set up. They spend the night out there. To get their camp set up and all through the game. Though that should be the aim right there, to get those people inside the dome. Inside Mercedes Benz, because they are the ones. I'm not saying that the guys that's already there are not doing it, but when it comes to filling those seats, keeping fans from the other opponent teams coming in buying tickets, that should be Atlanta's focus. Is going in, grabbing those tailgaters out there, and actually get them in the seats, because those be the ones that actually stay in the seats during the game as well. Because they actually, I mean, I'm not saying that they're not the ones that in there that are not dedicated Falcon fans, because you got them on different levels. But I do see where you say that 3Durty saying that the fan base is divided, and it's a good thing and it's a bad thing, right? Because we got fans from different age groups, so everybody is not going to be or share the same thought on any particular situation, especially when it comes to a player that they like. Somebody who's more of a fan, a player fan, as opposed to a team fan. So you're going to get different perspectives when it comes to different views on different situations. But we definitely need to make that a focus, getting them people off the street, get them into the stands. Even if they go out and say, hey, halftime, they go actually have somebody go out there on a golf cart and say, hey, here's a couple of tickets. Come on, we need you inside. I mean, even for just that, they need to make sure it gets done.
I got a question for. I'm the only one up here that's not a don't have a platform. Um, and I know Blackberry, he drops the link a lot, and I just got. But just any of y'all can answer this. So why? Okay, and I know, like this time of year, we're getting ready for the next season, and we got a lot of questions out there. Why do the conversations, in you all guys' opinion, always kind of go back to situations and players that are not here? Those debates always seem to find a way into the discussion versus
lack of depth. It's the lack of depth in knowledge, basically. I try to do as much football as possible during my show. Much football, like the actual playing football in my conversations in my shows. The reason for that is because there's so much to talk about actual football. Mm-hmm. When breaking it down, it's so much to talk about. But when, like, I got respect for people that know their history with the game and know their history with, the Falcons. I got respect. I'm not saying that those people don't truly know football, but when you can actually talk football and not just people that played football or coached football, you got more depth in what you can talk about. Mm-hmm. And because if all you can, if it's the reason why I created Bring It to the Pit, because I'm giving people the opportunity to show their depth in what in their takes, and the person in those participants, whoever those guys are that or gals are that night that's participating in Bring It to the Pit, that's their opportunity to show that they got more depth than their opponent, and it's for bragging rights, right? But that's why I created it, because if all we gonna talk about every day, every week is Michael Vick and people that like Michael Vick and people that like Matt Ryan and why those fans are pinned against one another for some reason. If that's all we can talk about every week, or talk about similar players to Michael Vick around the league and over time, and if that's all we got to talk about after we done talking about the current events, you got a lack of depth issue with people that's talking, that turns on the camera to talk Falcons. It's a lack of depth issue.
Hey man, is it man, over where y'all are at, man, is it pouring, man? Because it's pouring over here.
Yeah, it's storming.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, it is?
I'm like, hey, I hope it just don't knock the power out, but hey, like, it is storming.
It's raining off and on here in Douglasville. I mean, it's pouring rain, but it's one of those summer rains,
Oh yeah, you over in Douglasville, right?
Yeah, yes sir. Yes, I'm in Douglasville,
yeah,
DVille.
Man, hey, yeah, I got some people over there, man. Douglasville is a good place, man.
It is.
Pandemic. What do you think? Your opinion?
I tell you I think the disconnect is when during that Michael Vick era too, and it happened more during the Michael Vick era than any time in Atlanta history where people attach themselves to a player, right? And once that player moves on, a lot of the fans move with that player. They're not a fan of the team anymore, which I never could understand how somebody could do that. Because I mean, I've had a ton of players that that I really like, going went on to play with other teams, Michael Vick included. But I've been a fan since 1978, so it's no ain't no variance with me. I mean, you're not going to tell me that's like the day I got into a heated discussion with another guy. It wasn't heated. It wasn't heated. It was that was it, say
It was heated. It was heated.
But it's only because like what D said though, because the guy didn't have depth in what he was trying to make known. You know what I mean? Because it's
Right.
one thing I don't do. I don't get into a debate when you don't come with facts. Like me, like I said, I've been a fan since '78, so it's not a whole lot you're going to be able to tell me outside of the Atlanta Falcons when when you're talking about the growth of the Falcons, where we've been, what we've been through, and all that type of stuff. So I can have a good discussion, a good gentlemanly discussion when it comes to talking about the Falcons. But when you start talking about your feelings and how it should have done, and you saying that, I don't get into all that. I mean, you can give a fan's view, let's put it like that. But when you attach yourself to a player and you start adding your emotions into it, and I'm like, dude, that's not where we at now. Where we at now, we got a whole new regime here, and that's what we need to think about. That we got a whole new regime. That Raheem era is gone. Ain't no use talking about what shoulda, woulda, coulda. I mean, it didn't happen. We know why it didn't happen. And we was on Front Street. You didn't have to be a reporter or a content creator to see what was wrong with Atlanta. But we got a whole new regime here. Now it's time to put two and two together, get these players in here and start over, because that's basically what we're doing. We're starting over. And
Man, I wanna read off a comment by Augusta Gator. He said, because I don't know if y'all know, man, Augusta Gator, he actually gave up his season tickets last year. He was a season ticket holder before that for nearly 20 years, and he gave up his season tickets last year. But he just got them back. I was told earlier today. He said it just in the chat. I miss going to the games and not being able to talk for 2 days. See, man, that's what I was talking about earlier with the passion. That's what I'm talking. You're not like us. That's what is the difference.
There you go.
In the 50 percenters, the 30 percenters, whatever you want to call them, hell, the 80 percenters versus the people that go all out for these games. And Augusta Gator's in Columbus too. He's He's in Augusta. I don't know why I said Columbus. He's in Augusta. So I mean, he's making that 2.5 hour drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But like like I said, and I'm glad Blackberry was honest about it, and I want to make sure that I'm not pushing that that I'm feeling like that on that level of as far as getting a ticket. Like I said, I named all the different levels, and all of them play a part. But what I'm saying is that again, we're separated in energy. We're separated in conversations. Like when you guys have your platforms and you're doing your shows, and I sit back and I look at the chat, and I'm looking at the chat, and some of it is trolling or whatever, and I'm saying to myself, I'm like, well, why?
Yeah.
Why? I want the team to win, not because I'm going to the game. That was just something that I wanted to do for me. That was something I enjoyed doing. I enjoyed doing it, and I was in a situation where that me myself could afford to do it, and it became a part of my lifestyle.
Right.
But you know what? At the end of the day, I have not gotten that satisfaction of being a part of a winning team that has the reputation of being a winner. And it's already bad enough, and maybe because I'm in North Carolina, but it's already bad enough to have these conversations up here about the Falcons and their shortcomings and
Man,
all
cause
of that.
shit, we know who you're surrounded by.
But then I come to Atlanta, and it really isn't any better.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not because of what I'm doing individually, but just the franchise is there, and you know, there's no the energy. To me, the energy is not there, and I know that a lot of people are burned out with the Falcons. My mom is burned out. My mama burned out,
Yeah.
but
Hey, and
she always say,
your mom went to a game last year, right?
yeah, yeah, I took her with me, man. She finally said she'd go. So I was
But
like, come on,
hey,
mama, come on,
and I'm sure
let's go.
she was up in there and she was more passionate than a lot of these motherfuckers who got who I mean have a lot less mileage on them than she does,
But
because I
yeah,
mean your
man,
mom is up there in age, I'm sure. But
my
yet
mom
she's
is
still up
86,
there.
man.
She still cares about the team. She still wants to go up in there, see the team win. Yeah, you got a lot of motherfuckers who just they won't get their lazy asses off their couch on a Sunday. They want to go over to the neighbor's house and get something off the grill. They don't even want to pay for it. These type of motherfuckers, they won't even pay at the potluck. But your mom, she goes up into the bins, in her 80s, and she's still, screaming her heart out for the Falcons. So why I say you're not like us.
Mm-hmm.
But again, man, it's about because my mom, she's amazed that um even when I went to the Super Bowl and we lost, that once the clock strikes zero, we either won or we lost. And like I said, it's a part of my lifestyle, so I accept it for what it is. But I don't like having negative conversations about it. I don't like hearing negative conversations about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then during those negative conversations about it, it gets personal, no matter where I am. I'm like, maybe, maybe I just need to, I want to just talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, we need to, man, we got to get on the same page, man. And I know a lot of people probably feel like that the players don't really care about what we think about, but they do, especially with social media, man.
Yeah.
I guarantee you that a lot of those guys that I guess they get on Twitter or whatever those platforms are, and I'm not on them, but I guarantee you that they get up there and they see
They
you guys
oh yeah.
and they listen to these people.
They seeing what we saying. That's why I say, hey, they saw what I did in December at the stadium. They see a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
this
of course.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm saying. So I don't think I'm asking too much. Maybe it's none of my business, but I'm just old school. Cowboy, I mean, you a little bit younger than me, but back in the day, man, we was like, if you ain't with it, get out of it.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
if you ain't with it,
Yeah.
go somewhere else and keep it moving. Don't even come
Yeah.
over here.
Yeah.
That's how it used to be.
I
Now
wanna.
maybe it's done changed now because I guess everybody feel they're entitled to go where they want to go and say what they want to say.
Yeah.
Especially if they can get something out of it.
Right.
Hey,
But
Augusta Gator with another great comment. Shout out to Augusta Gator. A lot has to do with the new stadium. Blank took a lot from Jerry Jones in the development of the new stadium. It's not the same as the Georgia Dome. The new venue priced out a lot of old timers. And man,
Yeah.
Augusta Gator, if you can, man, hit the link, because I think you could definitely attribute a lot to this conversation. But what do y'all think about that?
Hey, you know what? Arthur Blank took uh he may have torn a page out from Jerry Jones' book, but he went a step further. I don't know if any of you guys ever been into Dallas Stadium, but the way the seating goes, you actually if you're sitting in the nosebleed, you still need a pair of binoculars to get a good look at the field. In Mercedes Benz, you can be up there where the big fans are and where the pigeons are, and still see the field pretty good. It's built like a soccer stadium, only with the dome. but it is a very nice stadium. Mercedes-Benz is a very nice stadium, contrary to what a lot of people have already said. I love it myself. I think Arthur Blank is one of those show me guys, but he does it silently. He's not big on that show me game like Jerry Jones is, but he took it and ran with it. He went another step further. I love it.
I didn't want to leave the Georgia Dome, man.
I didn't either.
I love that gritty, man. The Georgia Dome was gritty.
Yeah.
It was Southern. You know, it was just it was the South, man. To me,
Yeah.
to be man, I love the Georgia Dome, man.
Hey, truth be told, man, I like Turner Field better than Fulton County Stadium better than I like Georgia Dome. I love that one.
That's why. Hey, what do you think still to this day makes the Saints, so special? To at least nothing, yeah, but
Well,
at least to
you
other
tapping in
people,
on
to
you
other
tapping in on
people,
some stuff
what
right now.
makes the Saints feel like still it's the Superdome, right? And it's a big toilet bowl to us, but I mean, shit, we're talking about it. It's a football stadium.
Yeah.
Whereas,
you know what makes the Saints so special? They're playing the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah,
That's it.
you right. But man, right now, do y'all actually even know that they have real grass growing up in the bins? Man, hey, what they're pretty much saying is, if we wanted to go up in there and grow weed, we can.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, other than that, it's a nice stadium.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you really have you. I saw Arthur Blank's vision too. He wanted to stay with the modern times. At the same time, build it to where, even if you don't have a packed house, it'll be loud. I don't know the engineering behind that, but Fulton County Stadium was one of those stadiums, and it was an open stadium. And you talk about loud. Fulton County Stadium was. I mean, when we got the cheering in there, that place was boisterous. I mean, it was very loud. If you're out there in the parking lot and they started cheering, especially if you're on that front side where Georgia Avenue is, oh my goodness, it felt like he was right there in the seat. And he brought that same, I guess, idea to Mercedes-Benz, because we all know that Georgia Dome didn't even belong to the state. So I'm gonna say Mercedes-Benz, because even with the limited amount of people in there, it still gets loud. I'm not saying that Arthur Blank has resorted back to flooding in music again, but
yeah, okay.
But I mean, he did his business. He did his homework on that one, and I don't know who the engineers were behind it, but at the same time, it's a very nice venue. You talking about something that you see what's going to happen in the future. This soccer is on its way here. Not only they're going to have their own stadium, they're going to be able to have used to Mercedes-Benz as well. So it's going to be epic. I plan to be a part of it.
I think that the top itself, with the retractable opening that they have up there.
Yeah.
I can probably count on one hand that I can remember that it's been open.
Yeah.
Man, let me ask y'all a question though. Actually, how many of y'all have been to an Atlanta United game?
I've never been to one.
I have not.
Still haven't been.
Yeah.
Right.
Because so none of us have been to an Atlanta United. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just.
I'll change this year though.
You saying you may go?
Oh, ain't no May in it.
Wait, hold on. Are you going to the World Cup?
Oh no, I can't afford that. No, I can't afford the World Cup.
Because I was going to say.
Yeah, I can go to a regular game, and I should have done it in the past, but I haven't launched my other channel yet either. So I didn't want to go and then just be talking willy nilly about something that I haven't done my research on. So, but yeah, that's going to change this year.
I'm thinking I might have to go to an Atlanta United game, if for no other reason, to see what the other side of the coin for the Benz looks like. what
Yeah,
Arthur Blank's other business venture is all about.
yeah. See, that's actually his platform. He knows soccer. He knows soccer. He's a big fan of soccer, and his connections is with soccer, and that's why he was so quick to jump on, forming and getting paid through the United platform, blah, the United Path platform, and he built that thing up to the point where he would probably never sell this team. His family will forever own this team. That's why his wife's name is on it for more than just tax purposes, but that team will forever remain here in Atlanta. I don't see them changing their name like they do they have done in the past. Uh, and I don't know who's going to be the owners of the hockey team, but it may grow just as
Well, they
big.
they, they talking about that
But
hockey stadium is going to be up by North Point Mall.
yeah, yeah,
Which
yeah.
man, I
That,
want to see renderings of what that's going to look like actually, and then who's going to own it.
I'll probably go to one game just to get
Oh
the
yeah,
experience.
listen. I'd have to get a little more into hockey, but I've never been to an Atlanta United game. I feel like I'm gonna have to. Man, y'all also know they're opening up the Centennial Yards, right?
Say it one more time.
The Centennial Yards, man. Y'all know they're opening that up.
No, I haven't heard about that one.
I was telling Dirty about this, and I don't know if y'all know what Cosm is, um, but man, it's like this. It's an interactive thing where it's almost like a theater where you go in and they seat like maybe 200 or 300 people into like this dome area, and you can like watch all sorts of sporting events. So they got football, NBA, soccer, baseball. They got WWE, UFC. They show all sorts of stuff at this. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have to hit that up too. Um, so
Uh-uh.
yeah, hey,
I,
listen, they've really
I got a
redeveloped the
question for
Gulch. The
Blackberry.
Gulch.
I got a question for Blackberry on that one.
Mm-hmm.
You there, Blackberry? Now, with all of this going on, right? Do you think that the Falcons are going to take a back seat to any with all of this stuff going on?
No,
Ooh,
You don't think so?
no,
absolutely not.
And will it take the focus? Or you don't think it's going to affect the Falcons in any way?
no.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Actually, I think it would if like the hockey team coming here, the soccer team coming here, and then the Braves putting their team back together. Once everybody come back from injuries, I think it's going to be more of a go-to event because everybody's going to be because I don't know if a lot of people have
It's
paid,
gonna put more pressure on the Falcons.
yeah, and I don't know if a lot of people have paid more attention to it, but a lot of these people that go to these games now, especially in these boxes, in these suites, they're corporate. They're like, and there used to be a time, and they still can do it. But people off the street and they come out and actually rent a suite.
They 3Durties type of people.
The corporate folks. I can't rub shoulder with them type of folks. That's too much money. But yeah, I mean the price is not price conclusive to somebody like me that's coming off the street that want to rent a suite out, unless I got that type of money. But
Well, I'm talking about just the team itself, just the competitiveness and the fan following. And are we gonna? Because I've already
that's
said
what I
one
mean, though.
time that I've already said one time that with the moves that Mr. Blank has made that we're kind of I think that the Falcons have kind of been pushed to the back burner right now.
Yeah, yeah. Wolf, Wolf in the building.
Who is that? Who is that?
Puppy woo woo.
Who is
Wow.
that?
He's in the building.
What's up, man? What's going on, fellas? Man, what's happening, man?
Woo!
happening,
What's
man?
up, baby?
Man,
Hey Wolf, I'm glad you popped in, bro. But I got a couple of questions for you. You're a out of town fan
Yeah.
that when
Surrounded by
you
winners, by the
can
way. Surrounded
Huh?
by winners.
right. Oh wow! Don't
there you go.
shots fired.
Yeah.
Uh,
Surrounded by winners.
Truth.
And yeah, just like what was your experience really as a football fan when you were prepared to come to the Falcons game and the weather was weathering and you wasn't able to come?
So, I was disappointed that I couldn't go this year. obviously the second game I was supposed to go to, there was free tickets. Concierge had gave it to us because of the Kansas City game. I ran into some problems down there, played security guard. And but you know, again, I'm not from the South. I'm from the North. Um, you know, I'm surrounded by winners up here. You know, the Giants organization. You know, the Jets are in the same sentence as the Falcons now. They're in the same sentence. Um, you know, that's not a good thing. But you know, Philadelphia is a chip shot away. They're winners. Baltimore's a chip shot away. They're winners. New England, they're winners. You know, the Bills have a stronger fan base than we do at this point, and they have the smallest market in the NFL. They have the smallest market in the NFL, and their fan base is way better than our fan base.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, I'm surrounded by winners. So, again, I look at things a lot differently. That's why maybe a lot of people don't support, what I do or what I say. Okay. I don't want people to support me, to be honest with you. I really don't care if people support me or not. Um, because I'm successful at what I do outside in my real life. So for me, shooting content is just to go outside the box. I don't really care if who works for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Whether it be Scott Baird, Torrey McElhenney, no disrespect to them, but they work for the Falcons. That means that their check is cut by the Atlanta Falcons. So we have to spin all these positive narratives.
Yeah.
I really don't do that.
Yeah.
And I don't care about doing that.
Yeah.
So, whether or not, and look, I had fun at the Kansas City game, right? I would think that every Atlanta Falcon content creator would be at their primetime game. I was shown a lot of love from people. People stopped me. I had the Puerto Rican flag out, representing. A lot of people stopped me to take pictures.
Yeah.
They was interested in the Puerto Rican flag. They thought it was a Cuban flag, so I got a lot of love, you know what I'm saying? So
and look, I mean, hey, I was with this guy for most of that Kansas City game, and I mean, he is exactly who he is. I mean, hey, there was a moment in that game he had to stand on business.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, listen, that's just
be
who Wolf
told,
is.
Yeah, truth be told, I have a lot of respect for Wolf, right? I didn't meet Wolf until I think he had got one of his accounts got taken down, and he came back, and I went back and I watched a lot of that stuff, and he's a lot like me, plain, blunt, forward, to the facts, and he called a spade, just like me. And I ran into a lot of people that I'm not gonna say hated on me. I'm just gonna say they just disagreed with a lot that I had to say in the way that I had to say it.
Sure.
But I'm former military, number one. I'm a man that stand 10 toes down, and I'm gonna voice my opinion in the way that I can get it across, right? And that's one of the things I respected about Wolf. And he still does it to this day. He stands 10 toes down on what he's saying. And a lot of people back down from what they're saying for whatever reason. But we call it for what it is. I mean, like me, like we've been a fan for a long time, right? So it's not about being condemning our team. It's not belittling our team. It's speaking facts. It's not something like, okay, we need to go back and reach back and get Michael Vick and bring him back. Come on, man. Think logic. What are we actually going to go take that route? And it's like now the new subject is Kyle Pitts. Right. So I caught a lot of slack from saying that Kyle Pitts, we need to be done with him. I mean, it's been 5-6 years. It's time for him to go. But I've caught a lot of slack from that. But at the same time, I'm not going to change my platform because somebody disagrees with me. And that's what content creation is all about. You get to voice your output the way that you think that, it should be relayed. And a lot of people they take offense to it. But if you change because of the narrative or whatever, then you're not being true to yourself, your platform, and you'll never grow as a content creator because you siding with somebody who just so I say you siding with the masses. You changing your chain of thought, and then if anybody finds anything that you say to be false or they found because truth be told, people have gone back and watched videos that I have long forgotten about. And they'll come back to me and say, hey, you remember when you said this and you said that? And people will check you. So I mean, that's what, like I said, when you do this content, man, I that's like I watch everybody. I don't care who they are. If you're a Falcon fan, I'm rolling with you. I'm listening to what you got to say. I'm not gonna hold you against what you say. I may even send you a message, be like, hey, look, man, I think this, that, but it's not a matter of coming at you. You know what I'm saying? It's a matter of getting to the point where we can collab or whatever, do something.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, definitely.
yeah, like what 3Durty was saying earlier, this fan base, and I see what his point is. Let's put it like this: where the Cleveland Browns at right now, as a whole, since I've been in the organization, Cleveland Browns and the New Orleans Saints have been like the worst tenured teams when it comes to losses, right?
Mhm.
But their fans stand 10 toes down no matter what. And there's no flyways, there's no they may wear their brown bags or whatever, but when it come back time for the team to hit the field and get into the stadium, they're in their seats. They're in there cheering their team on. You
The
know,
dog pound is definitely legendary. The dog pound is definitely legendary.
Yeah.
Do y'all
Yeah.
know that
Yeah.
actually also
Yeah.
Cleveland is building a new stadium? Do y'all
Right.
know there
But
is going to be a
but
dedicated dog pound section that they
but
are
but
building
right.
80
Right.
But
feet
pandemic,
underground?
pandemic, 330, Blackberry Chandler. You. Here's the problem. Here's
Mm.
the problem that nobody wants to talk about. The South, the South, marketing dollars is especially for the NFL has changed from more blacks, is what Cam Newton said. It's what Cam Newton said.
Yeah.
It's black dollars.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you have black dollars or minority dollars, they don't spend as much money when the product is bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't want to get into a racist thing because it's not a racist thing. It's just a demographics.
Demographic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Demographics, right? So when you talking about the New York Jets, most of their fan base was Italian American. Italians American. That's the demographic. This is why Bruno Sammartino was a champion for the WWE for 12 years in this demographic, this area, because they spent the dollars to go to those events. As time went on, you started getting new fan bases into the thing. Because remember, they didn't allow black players to play certain positions till a certain time in the NFL. They
Mhm.
couldn't be linebackers, they couldn't be quarterbacks. So the demographics of the United States has changed dramatically. When you go to the West, you have more Latino fans. The Raiders have a Latino fan base. Dallas has a Latino fan base. The Rams have a Latino fan base that are way bigger than their fan bases that were from the 80s and 70s that were kind of white American, if that makes any sense. And the Latinos on that side of town, they are very, very dedicated to their sports because it was embedded in them in soccer. Soccer to us as a Latino is a sacred thing. It's almost to the point where if Matt Ryan, that 2016, I tell people, I told 330 this, I told a couple of people, Matt Ryan would have been kidnapped, Kyle Shanahan would have been kidnapped, Dan Quinn would have been kidnapped the day of the game, the 28-3. They would have been kidnapped. If this was soccer, they would have been executed in a public platform.
Wow.
That's how real soccer is. And if nobody wants to believe me, go watch the 30 for 30, Escobar, where Pablo Escobar executed a Colombian national soccer player when the United States told him, don't go back to the Colombia, we'll give you asylum. He decided to go back to his country and was executed with 5 people. That's how real it is. Demographics plays a big part, gentlemen, that nobody wants to talk about. Demographics plays a big part. And Arthur Blank is demographic, does not spend the dollars. Not to mention most of his PSL owners that are popular, that are on the radio and that are on TV, they no longer have renewed their PSFs.
Hey man,
So
yeah,
that
I
it's just a
just
trickle down effect. It's a
I
trickle down effect.
I just saw one earlier today.
Yeah.
Earlier, sometime yesterday. That's on the radio in Atlanta.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, Tim, and this is what I'm saying about where you want to push the conversation and it gets uncomfortable, but it's the truth. It's the demographic that where Arthur Blank is, or Gail Benson is trying to sell the Saints now. She's trying to sell the Saints because it's the demographic has changed. Notice that Cam Newton did not say Tampa Bay. He said Carolina, he said Atlanta, and he said New Orleans. He didn't say Tampa Bay. Because Tampa Bay's fan base, they appear and disappear every 20 years.
Yeah.
That's just the fact. They appear and reappear every 20 years. I don't care what any Jack Sparrow grown-ass man is, a pirate super fan. They appear and reappear every 20 years. And it's
Tampa don't got real.
So
fans.
am I? So and you know, you got, well, aside from Wolf, you guys are in Atlanta. So do I have unrealistic expectations of wanting camaraderie, the type that I'm speaking about for the fans?
I don't think you have unrealistic expectations. I think what you have is I just think you're expecting camaraderie from a fan base that wants the team to earn it more than the other areas, than the other teams like Cleveland and New Orleans, and like, well, with Cleveland, we know they ain't won shit neither. But it to credit what Wolf is saying, this is just a city, Atlanta itself, that's a transplant city.
Yeah.
You got it's a melting pot of a lot of different people from all over the world in Atlanta.
You know what that's got me thinking about? I'm gonna tell y'all what that has me thinking about. Remember when they told Matt Ryan he was going into the Ring of Honor. Raheem Morris brought him in, had him speak to the team, and then they revealed he was going into the Ring of Honor. Do y'all remember what he actually said to the team? Anyone? Y'all remember what he said during that clip that they showed?
Yeah, you got to earn it. Respect. If you start winning, the team gets on fire.
Yeah, he said if you bring the wins, the fans will be there.
So
okay,
and this is now the guy that is in charge of everything. He understands exactly what the deal is.
Okay, well, hold it right there. Hold it right there.
But Matt Ryan is an Eminem within the hip hop.
Right.
That's what he is. I'm just being. Listen, a lot of people get uncomfortable when they talk about race. I don't get uncomfortable because I grew up with whites.
Sometimes they play the part. If they play the part, you got to recognize.
Matt Ryan is an Eminem inside a. If Cam Newton says it's a black city, Shannon Sharp says it's a black city, then the minority, which is not black, has to work 3 times harder. Guess what? Matt probably worked 3 times harder than anybody that quarterbacked the Atlanta Falcons. So guess what? Yeah, he is an Eminem. He is an outlier.
Yeah.
Because again, Bernie Kosar is in commercials with Taylor Swift in Cleveland. Bernie Kosar is in a commercial with Taylor Swift. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, look. Look. Because I'm doing some I'm trying to have a different attitude coming this season, and this is and I put that stuff on the internet because that's how I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
So finish up, Blackberry.
No, yeah, I just we wanna adopt the kind of, you know, camaraderie within the fan base that we see from those other cities. And the thing is that it's just, I mean, if we could if we could do like a mass video of everybody in their homes that represent the Falcons, it'll be a plethora of people that you're describing going hard for the Falcons.
Yeah.
But when we talking about the actual stadium being in the center, in the heart of Atlanta, that's a melting pot of people. And it's just what it is. In Cleveland, I mean, ain't shit to do in Cleveland.
Ain't shit to do in Cleveland. Exactly.
That's the that's power plant. That's the power plant city. It's a city. It's a city of power plants and agriculture.
That is a blue. Yeah, that's a blue collar city. Whereas with Atlanta, man. A lot of this is what gets me about Atlanta, right? A lot of people don't realize that outside of New York and L.A., Chicago, Houston, Atlanta might be the biggest city in America. And the metro area is growing so rapidly. Like Blackberry, you're down in Henry County, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm in Henry as well. Grew up in Clayton, and we've both seen it. I'm sure you especially, because you know it's happened down in Henry County. I'm sure. Did you grow up in Henry County?
No, I just moved. I grew up in Stone Mountain.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure even with Stone Mountain. Okay, with Stone Mountain,
it still applies. Sure
when Stone Mountain, when y'all were growing up, there was nothing. Man, it was like it was the same as if you go south of Macon. There was nothing to do over there but Friday Night Lights. That's all there was, and your local dollar store. Now, the Henry County area, it has grown so much, man, that you know it is part of the metro now with Tanger outlets and you know all that they got going on over there.
Listen, man, when I moved over here in 2019. I was able to go from A to B anywhere within the confines of McDonough with no problem, no bumper to bumper traffic, no construction zones.
Yeah.
But probably like by the end of 2020, it started looking a whole lot like 138 Conyers.
Yeah.
Man,
and now it looks like Car Boulevard.
Hey, what y'all know about Terra Boulevard? What y'all know about Terra Boulevard?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, but I'm gonna be for real though. Yeah. That's I-75 in McDonough. That's worse than 75 in Atlanta.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, and it's the same thing that's happening here in Douglasville. It used to be back in the day. It was nobody wanted anything to do with outside of past Six Flags. Six Flags was like the landmark.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this much because a lot of my dad's family and they're still in Douglasville. So the thing with Douglasville, how long has Arbor Place been over there?
Arbor Place is pretty much right now. It's pretty much dead. Nobody wants to go there.
Okay,
anymore.
But I remember when Arbor Place back in Douglasville, that used to be one of the major things. That's the same. That's happening with a lot of these malls right now. Why do you think they've chosen North Point as a place for where they want to put the NHL? That's how they're trying to redevelop that whole area because number one, Amazon has taken over everything, and number two, man, it's just everything. Man, the traditional, mall that you envision, like South Lake, Arbor Place, North Point, all that, it's being replaced by shopping centers and, all these, Tanger outlets, things like that, outlet halls.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. But like you look at America the way it is, you look at America the way it is, it's look. Take for YouTube. Take for YouTube, for example, BlackBerry, Chandler, Fandemic, and I have platforms, right? Three. Watch this, right? The biggest NFL content creator, okay, the biggest, has more subscribers than the Atlanta Falcons team.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yep.
Wow.
Facts.
Exactly.
Okay. Think about what I just said.
The team itself has a platform,
The
and they're
team itself has
underperforming.
a platform that has a billionaire, and the billionaire can't even get the YouTube channel past 100,000 subscribers.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh
So
my
what
God.
are we talking about?
Yeah, that's crazy.
What are we talking about? The Atlanta Falcons cannot get over the 100,000 mark. Let's go even deeper to these super fans that we're supposed to have as an Atlanta Falcon fan base. Our super fans, our representatives.
Right.
Our representatives can't even hold the baggage to some of these other super fans from fan bases. They can't even get appearance fees.
Who? I'm gonna ask the question. Matter of fact, well, let's not answer this question. But who do we kind of have an idea of who the biggest Falcons fan is as far as social media goes and things like that?
Oh, that's simple. That would be me. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm here right. I'm here right
Come
now.
on.
Hey, look.
Hey, shout out to Fandemic. Shout out to Fandemic.
Right.
Listen, look, it's all good. I'm not gonna argue that. But what I'm saying, when you get look, Fireman Ed does not have to work.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to. Fireman Ed is still in commercials when the Jets have not won in over a decade. Matter of fact, Fireman Ed was in a commercial with Tom Brady, who's supposed to be the opposite of what he roots for.
Yeah. He's the enemy.
He's the enemy of the New York Jets. And Fireman Ed has cachet. You can't go to the Jets Stadium, which is 5 minutes away from my house, and think that you're going to take a picture with Fireman Ed. It's literally
You can't get close to him?
you can't even get closer.
Wow.
And I've been going to Jet games, and I can't even get close to that guy.
Wow.
That guy has a surrounding state police section in MetLife. By the way, MetLife isn't even the Jets' home; it's the Giants' home. They just played it.
They just played that. Wow.
So again, license plate guy. Come September, he charges people to go to his house. He
Yeah, I read up
charges
on that guy.
people to go to his house
Mm-hmm.
to take pictures. What are we talking about?
That's crazy.
What are we as far as let's say history of even the Nuns? By the way, the Nuns were in the primetime game last year, Dirty, when Kansas City played. The Nuns, the two nuns that travel to Kansas City to every game that Kansas City goes to, the two nuns, the two sisters that we took pictures with, they have over 100,000 followers.
Wow.
How about them Chiefs? Has about 89,000 subscribers. What are we talking about here? They don't even work for a living. This is what they do for a living.
Right. Yeah.
What are we talking about? As far as unity goes,
yeah.
What are we talking about? We are losers.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I'm pretty sure BlackBerry is on Fandemic 3. My opinion. We've been losing so much.
You're right, Wolf. You're right.
The sentence starts the New York Jets and the Atlanta Falcons. That's how the sentence goes. The New York Jets and the Atlanta Falcons have not made it to the playoffs in almost a decade.
Matter of fact, I think this is correct. By the way, they're the only two teams to not make the playoffs this decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're absolutely right, Wolf. We're losers. But we're losers not just because we lose on the field, but we're losers because from a general standpoint, how mediocre our fans are.
Yeah.
And we lost to the Jets.
Well, you know there was an article prior to last season.
We did.
And we lost to the Jets.
Yeah. There was an article prior to last season that came out by a reporter, and it was ranking the NFL fans, and we were definitely in the top 5. And then the article reappeared again. It was at the end of the season where we're dead last. Dead last.
Hold on. Well, I'm wondering, did they use a certain photo to when they were talking about Falcons fans?
Well, that's the thing that I took as a grain of salt, right? Because I'm like, look, I'm at the game. I see the fanship that goes on, right? I see the tailgate that goes on. I see what people are buying when they're going into Dick's Sporting Goods, you know. So, I mean, I don't know what criteria that they use to say that we're one of the worst fan bases, but I'm gathering they just on social media grabbing content or grabbing analytical numbers from online. But at the same time, when you're in the stadium, right now, and I forgot what game it was, where I want to say it may have been Seattle, right? And people they just automatically knew that the Atlanta Falcons fans would outshine the Seattle fans. Not so fast.
No.
Either the seats were empty or they had Seattle fans in them.
Or they had fans with things over their heads.
Right, exactly. Now, here's the thing, and people can come to the game how they want to. They spend their money how they want to, right? But as a Falcon fan, I have never, ever in my life since '78 went to a Falcon game and I was not sporting the red and black. Now, me, I'm the type of guy, I put on a pair of jeans, a t-shirt, my cowboy boots, and I'm fine. But when I'm going to that game, I'm decked out all red and black. You going with me? I don't care what fan you are. If you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, you're a Giants fan, you wearing red and black, I'm going to buy you a jersey. Like my brother, he's a Dallas Cowboys fan. He was the only one that I allowed to roll with me. I mean, not Dallas Cowboys, Miami Dolphins fan. He's the only one that I allowed to roll with me and wear his team jersey. That's it.
Are you a season? Do you go to every game, Fandemic?
Say it one more time.
You go to every game?
I don't go to every game. No, I don't go to every game. My outside life is much too hectic for that. But
well, hey, we need to like I've been saying it all. Yeah, I've been saying we need to all pick a game. And Wolf, I'm glad you're up here. We need to pick a game early in the year. We all come to, and we all we'll take a picture together. We'll chop it up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm like, look, I'm definitely gonna go. I'm definitely trying to go early, but there's games that I'm strategically trying to go to. The Carolina game is probably one of them, and the Baltimore game is probably another one that I'm trying to go to. That's
boy, you're going to some controversial games, boy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go through those. That's just me. That's just me. I'm just like I said, man. Look, man. I mean, there's no way that if Arthur Blank is in front of you, you cannot say that again. You cannot say that this franchise is a losing franchise. The past decade it just has been a losing franchise. And look, some of us might not make it another 10 years.
Right.
Some of us might not make it another 10 years. You know. And already, when you look at the roster and you look at this, there's so many other topics to talk about rather than Kyle Pitts. There's just so many other topics to talk about. And again, like the Atlanta Falcons make people so relevant. They make people so relevant. You know, you over here making Bryce Young a killer. You making Bryce Young a killer.
Got him a contract.
Yo, you're making Bryce Young out to be a killer. Josh Dobbs still has a job in the NFL.
Oh man.
Will Levis, like you make people so relevant.
Wolf, You just recut me, man. I remember when that guy came to the stadium, Josh Dobbs,
Yes,
and they was like, he just got off the plane.
he just
He
got
don't know any of his players.
Man, that
Literally.
dude
They're
called
drawing
us
up.
up.
They're drawing up the plays. Go ahead, Blackberry.
Nah, he called. You can go. You can finish. I'm just saying he called us up.
called this.
Hey, man, this cat.
Look, and
It was crazy.
Fandemic and everybody here. You don't have. Oh God.
Hey. Because Wolf remembers.
An elite
Wolf
defense.
remembers
Wait a
what I told him. I think that was the game that, matter of fact, if you're watching the stream right now, first of all, make sure to show love. But if you're watching the stream right now, make sure to like. That is a picture of me, 3Durty, and Ray Buchanan together at the New Orleans game last year. You remember what Ray Buchanan told me, though, a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah.
You don't have an elite defense. You don't have an elite defense.
It was about a certain quarterback.
Yeah, sure. Desmond Ritter. Listen, look. You have. Listen, BlackBerry Fandemic. Everybody here listening. The Atlanta Falcons social media, the videographers. They are A+ because they hype up everything for nothing. They are the videographers. Whoever does the social media videographer work for the Falcons, they are top notch.
Well, they got hired.
BlackBerry. If I can hire,
they got a new media team now.
Yo, listen, their media team is so A+ because I be looking at shit and I be like, what the hell are you talking about? Because they key in on certain things that when you look at now, it's so cringe. When you look at Desmond Ritter's living room and you see him crying and you see the Falcons come with the music and coach, it shouldn't have took this long and the crying and we're gonna win a Super Bowl. Oh my God, it's so cringe. It's so cringe.
Hey, and look, and since you said that, Wolf, I don't know if everybody caught the interview that Michael Penix did with Gruden,
Sure.
right? Sure. But when he sat there, I was into that interview. I mean, I was ready to say, "Hey, Michael Penix is going to be ready." But the moment he said he's going to guarantee that Super Bowl, I was done.
Hey, that brought up some straight PTSD.
It did. It did.
So again, it's just listen, man. I get it, man, but you're gonna have to. If you don't win 9 games this year, this fan base is going to implode.
Well, Michael Penix will be the first one that's the fuck up out of here.
Yeah.
No. Listen, you don't. Nobody get what I'm saying. Nobody gets what I'm saying. I don't care if it's Michael Penix, Joe Flacco. No. I don't care if you bring back Malik Willis. I don't care if you go get Doug Flutie.
Yeah,
you can go get Doug Flutie. You can go get Ian Rappaport, Dan Orlowski. You can get anybody you want to play quarterback here. Anybody you want. You can go Techno Bowl. You can go John Madden. You can dig up anybody you want. You better win 9 games.
You said 9 games, Wolf. I say it has to be 10. And I said 10 because 9. Hold on. Let me explain that. I said 9 because we were 1 game away from that 9 last season and in the season before.
Well,
actually 1 game, 2 if you count the 2 losses that we did against Carolina this year.
Right.
I say you got to get to 9 this year. You got to get to 9.
You definitely got to hit 9. But I get 9 because I mean, if we don't
listen. You guys were talking earlier before I came in. Listen, you want to call Doug Flutie? You want to call whoever you want to call. You can call whoever you want. As quarterback, I don't care who it is. You want to bring in Kyler Murray. You want to bring in Joe Flacco. You want to go get Geno. I don't care who it is. You better win 9 games this year.
You got to.
You better win 9 games this year. I don't. And you got some killers coming to the bench.
Yeah.
You got killers coming to the bench. I don't know if you're going to catch Pat early. I don't know if you're going to catch Pat early. I don't know how the schedule's going to feel.
Hey,
I'm
excited. Hey, I'm excited for that San Francisco game.
Oh, San Francisco, you got some killers, but that's what I'm saying. I don't really know how the schedule is going to turn out, but you have some Detroit who won 10 games last year and didn't make it to the playoffs. Yeah, you got to face them. They've lost some pieces, this, that, and the third, but they still won 10 games.
We got
the Bears won 13.
Yeah,
Green Bay won 11. As you can see, the Rams already making moves to better their roster. Seattle's probably retooling. You come on, bro. You gotta.
That's the thing that scares me too. When you see other teams that have already made moves to retool and up their game, and the Falcons are sitting quiet. You haven't heard anything,
right?
And that's been our norm. And that's what I was hoping that with this new regime that we got away from.
Well, they've been getting dudes out of here. They've been clearing.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, and you know, we got to get the money available before we start making some moves too, right?
But there's no leadership. There's no leadership pandemic on this team. They say that there's leadership. There's no leadership. Obviously, you know, when I looked at Intricate and I listened to a lot of the podcasters and I listened to a lot of other YouTube channels that talk about certain things, like Dak Prescott needs George Pickens. So when as soon as they tag George Pickens, you see Dak send them a message. Hey, listen, this is how you deal with the tag.
Yeah.
You know, Kyle doesn't have that here. Who's sending a message to Kyle about the tag? Like,
do y'all know this is only like the fourth time the Falcons have even used the franchise tag?
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, Mike can't reach out to Kyle and be like, "Listen, like, yo, this is how you deal with stuff." Mike don't have that. Mike trying to get himself together.
But,
Bijan looking at, yo, that's my best friend. You know what I'm saying? Yo, my best friend, whoop-de-whoop.
Right.
You also have to realize, Chandler, that people are watching how the Falcons handle contract negotiations.
Because that's
why might not want to be here in a couple years.
That's what I've been trying to tell people too. Y'all need that brings it back to the Drake shit. Because people don't realize that I don't care how buddy they've been, how best friend they've been. I think Georgia Texas boy was trying to tell me, oh, they'll all take team friendly deals. They all want, man, when it comes down to money. Yeah. Hey, I don't care who the fuck I gotta be around. I don't care if we've known each other since the womb. Man, I'm going and getting the money. And see, that's the other thing too. This Kyle Pitts thing, it's gonna set precedent for how they deal with Drake and how they deal with Bijan and then all those guys after. Now, Ian Cunningham said explicitly, we're gonna draft, we're gonna develop, we're gonna retain. So the pressure's on him now to get these deals done, to not let our guys go.
Yeah, but who develops anymore? That's what I'm saying. Like
Green Bay, they the only one.
Right. Listen, like Chandler, when you listen to words, you gotta understand that's an adjective that's outdated.
Context.
Yo, bro, like you say development. You saying that you know how many I can call my wife right now. She upstairs right now. I'll be like, yo, develop some dinner for tomorrow. That's if she want to do it or not, bro.
Yeah. But the good thing is that we got a general manager here that knows about. He's about as good, if not better, than Terry Fontenot. Because all of those guys came in about the same time. Ryan, Terry Fontenot, Ian Cunningham, all of those came up under the same tree, and they pretty much been molded by the same group of
pandemic. That's fine. That's fine. I just don't do good with podium talk.
Yeah.
I don't do podium talk.
Right.
Well, I don't do. Yeah, we confident in Michael Penix. We're confident. Yeah. That's not the guy that you. Again, he said, "Hey, did you pay attention to Bijan Robinson when you were drafting him?" No, I didn't pay attention to Bijan because I know we didn't have a shot to draft. Are you fucking stupid? Everybody paid attention to Bijan Robinson in that fucking draft.
Right.
Everybody paid attention. Oh no, I didn't pay attention to Bijan Robinson. How the fuck you don't pay attention to a fucking running back that's that good like Bijan was?
Right.
Hey, just to say, Bijan was only picked one pick before Chicago was. Well, Chicago I think traded back a pick or so, but they were supposed to. They were only picking one pick after we picked up Bijan too.
Yeah.
Right. So, but I don't do podium talk. That's not what I do. I don't listen. I never listen to Arthur Smith. I never listen to Dan Quinn. I never listen to what, because what you're giving me is just a lot of podium talk. And you're telling me that you're going to develop. Well, guess what? Guess what Falcon fans wanted to do, Fandemic, Blackberry, and everybody else? Guess what Falcon fans wanted to do? You wanted to bring the guy that got drafted after the guy that you said you was going to develop, and you were going to pay him more money?
Right, exactly.
You're going to pay Malik Willis more money when you could have drafted him a round later than Desmond Ridder?
Yeah, that was crazy. That was
What?
crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
And Terry what happened to the development? Oh, you didn't develop him because Arthur Smith took the job on the premise that he was going to have Matt Ryan for 2 years. Did anybody read that story?
Wow.
But then Terry wanted to get rid of him. So now Arthur's out a court. That's what I'm trying to tell people, that he took the job on a premise that he was going to have Matt Ryan for 2 years. Mm. That's why he took the job.
And hey, you gotta think when they first came in too, they knew what the deal was going to be with that first year because they didn't have any money.
And again, Blackberry, I think you did a show on this, right? About they hired the coach first, then the GM, and then they hired the president. Then I was like, what the hell are they doing?
Well, they did it. They did it that way this time. They hired Matt first, but then they hired Stefanski way before they hired Cunningham.
Yeah,
I'm not listen. The only guy right now that's up right now after we get off that's going to be up right now is Greg Beatles. Greg Beatles is running around Harvey Branch with his head cut off right now. Yeah. Has anybody checked on Craig Beatles' health or send a welfare check to his house?
And that's why I think Matt Ryan was brought in here too. Matt Ryan is going to become a protege, right? He's in that spot where Greg Beatles, once he lays it down, Matt Ryan is going to be right there to step right in. Greg Beatles, right. I didn't realize this, but Greg Beatles has been with the Falcons in that position for over 31 years.
31 years.
That's retirement time, guys, in the NFL in that position. So, yeah, I can see Matt Ryan actually stepping into that position. Now, here's the thing about Matt Ryan being in that spot, right? The people were giving Matt Ryan a whole bunch of credit about being the president of football, right? Now, I get Matt Ryan's energy. I get that. And it's a good look, obviously, because he's the hometown boy. He's been here for a long time. But is he actually going to make that impact? And that's what we're missing from Atlanta organization, even since I became a fan in 78. Stop going with the masses and what everybody's saying, what social media is saying, what the news is saying, ESPN and all that type of stuff. We need to bring in people that actually gets the job done, bar none, no matter what the money is. We need the Ray Lewis type of mindset. It was never about the money with Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis was that I'm passionate about football. I want to hurt somebody. I don't care what I get paid type of mentality. And that's what Atlanta needs to start bringing here in Atlanta. I don't want the finesse guy. I want that brute, ugly, and when I mean ugly, I mean by mentality. I just want to hurt somebody. People who makes the impact. And I got jumped all over when I suggested that our D tackle was we need to go after Christian Wilkerson. Now, I get it. The guy got some off-field issues, right? He plays a lot. He's a kid at heart. But when he gets on that field,
Pandemic.
Yes, sir.
Hell no.
I
listen, man. It's a line. It's a line got to be drawn.
Hey, I hear you on that.
He crosses that line habitually.
Yeah.
That's right. Look, Black. Look, this is where accountability comes in, right? When they draw up that contract and they go to talk to him, they're going to include conduct detrimental in order to save their money, right? And that's what you got to do with Christensen. And see, nobody has done that with Chris. Nobody has said, hey, you're going to be held accountable for your actions if you do this and you do that.
Pandemic, we got too many issues off the field.
Yeah.
Right now.
Hey, I know. But look, guys, I'm telling you, look what he did. Even after he left,
but it's morality clauses in all contracts.
Yeah.
But look, it's morality clauses to an extent.
Yeah.
You know, but ever since that man left Vegas, he has upped his game more and more and more.
Then if I gotta put in somebody's contract, don't be on the field grabbing men's balls and buttholes. If I got to put that in your contract, I don't want you.
Well, and the Falcons already have a situation.
You already got too many issues.
You already got a specific situation you're getting ready to have to deal with.
I think me personally, what I would do is I would go get a big kid in with our first pick, or whenever our first pick, maybe he's gonna trade back. I would get a big kid whenever we can, and I would go get a wide receiver that can open up the top for Mike.
I like that. I
would do that, or I would reverse that. I would go for the best defensive tackle that's available in free agency and get us a young wide receiver. The problem is with that is I think that the D tackles in college right now are ready to go more than the wide receivers. If that makes any sense, I don't know if it does, but I think the maturity level for the D tackles that I've been doing the research on are a little bit more mature in the second, third round than some of the wide receivers that are coming out this year. That's gonna reach us. So if that makes any sense, but I would do something like that, and then I would probably try to bring back Caden Ellis, which I know he's gonna test out the free agency landscape. But
there's a lot of linebackers available in free agency.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell you what. Another reason why I say we need to go ahead and just bring this man in, and it's not because of what he do on the field, right? And it's like Black just said, we got so many other issues to address.
Yeah,
that's a no-brainer right there in the front. We're already stout in the front. Now everybody knows Ruka Rojo was playing hurt. Dorless was playing semi-hurt.
We don't have a 300-pounder. We don't have a 300-pounder. I don't think.
I'm telling you, this guy here fits that mold of what we need in the front.
You need a space eater.
But
no,
so many other issues to address.
Yeah,
and we got the wide receivers, we got the CB2 spot, and truth be told, we need another linebacker or two, because Troy Anderson probably won't be here.
Well,
Bertrand probably won't.
What do they call him? The T1000 has been on the backlog of
Man, he's gotten injured so much they've had to, put a little bit more time on him.
I don't know if the T1000 is I don't know if he's ready to go. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I do know that for some reason they said that we were targeting the wide receiver from Minnesota. I don't know if that's true.
Naylor? Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. We were targeting George Pickens. I don't know if that's true because of the tag. I'm not sure. If it's a trade, I'm not sure. But Mike needs somebody that's going to open up the top. I think if Mike gets somebody that's open up the top, again, I think that just goes into his bag of tools. Like you said, Pandemic, you and Dirty obviously served in the military. You want to be ready. You need your tools. You need your compass. You need your extra mag. I think Mike has been doing the job without people who is his strong suit, right? Like I just think Mike's been doing a job without people that don't play to his ability, and I think that if you can get that, I think we'll probably be okay. I'm really not too worried about what's going on the offensive side of the ball. I think I'm more worried about what's going on in the defense because I don't want them to take a step back. I think they take a step forward. But that's just my opinion, man. I mean, listen, I hope and pray that they start winning, because I think that when they start winning, I think more content creators will come together. I think that you'll have a little bit more camaraderie, like 3Durty was looking at. I think you'll have that. It's just that right now, in it's just too much losing, and everybody has an opinion, and we're men, we're women that shoot content, and sometimes we might not agree. I think that sometimes things are taken out of proportion, but I think that again, it people take things out of proportion, and then you think other people are going to back down, and we're all men at the end of the day. We're all men at the end of the day, women, and we have other responsibilities, man, like to do, man. Like my life outside of YouTube is hectic, man.
Yeah,
So,
I know, right?
so,
Hey, I've been trying to hit you up, and you're not. You're just too busy.
Listen, man.
Yeah.
Look, man. I'm I'm doing so much, Chandler. Sometimes I can't pick up the phone.
Yeah,
Sometimes
hey, it's
doing
all
this stuff,
good.
I
Yeah.
can't,
It's
and
all
then
good.
like again, like you know what I mean. Like it's just life gets in the way. And listen, man. I hope all you guys before the season starts take your vacations. Take your family on vacations. I'm taking my family on vacation before the season
Man, where
starts.
y'all going?
We going to Aruba. We just booked it
Oh
today.
man.
I'm
Y'all
gone
taking
for
taking a cruise?
Nice.
no, man. We're going out there we're going to Florida for about a week, some change, and then we're gonna fly out there. I'm gonna spend some time with Mom Dukes. I'm gonna spend some time with the kids. I'm gonna spend some time to just relax and chill and
Man,
just relax, man. Just try to everybody, man. Just try to just what I'm saying, just enjoy themselves, man. And that's why I always say, man. People be like, yo, man, just remember to get your life up, man. I mean, shit, man. At some point, you're gonna hand in that Falcon fan card someday. You're gonna hand it back in. You know what I'm saying? So I hope everybody, you know what I'm saying, can just kind of reset, retool. Because look, man, as a fan base, as a fan, sometimes you gotta also step back and be like, okay, what am I doing this year? What's going on? There's people that spend millions of dollars, man, out there. There's people who spend thousands of dollars out there, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure we all have spent money to be able to support this team, and I think that it's not that far-fetched that we ask for some type of return. I don't think that's outlandish to ask for some type of return. We just want some type of return. And to the people that do have PSLs and the people that have it, I mean, yo, man, like the past 10 years, you have looked at the Falcons and said, when is this going to hit?
Yeah.
When is this going to, I don't know how 3Durty does the decision, and I'm on the phone and I gotta spend whatever and send that check, and like, yo, bro, I'll be like, yo, listen, man, y'all gotta give me a free jersey, something gotta give, man. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, hey, they do give like specific. They give merchandise, right?
They definitely got benefits.
Yeah, you got some perks, man.
Yeah.
But I will say this, cause I'm gonna be honest with you. Now I'm feeling a different way now, even though I talked about that, the different levels or whatever, and then I'm finding out now that it's the demographics, and maybe I'm expecting too much of from even the people that say they're fans. But I can say this. Even though it cost me, Mr. Blank gave me an opportunity that I probably would have never in Houston.
Sure.
Mr. Blank, that each team when you go into the Super Bowl, they get tickets. I think they get like 5,000 or something like that. And he could have shuffled them to some of his people or whatever. They put it in a lottery. My name popped out. I went down there, paid for the ticket, and went to Super Bowl. Now, again, I'm not saying that that separates me from everybody else. That was an opportunity in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And because of me being a PSL owner, that was the only way that I would have gotten that particular opportunity to go to the Super Bowl for that price.
Right.
You know, and for the 2 tickets that I had, they cost me $900 a piece. I was over $3,800 for 1 ticket.
Ooh.
$3,800. And you know, I could have walked away with what, 76 or whatever it is, thousand.
But see,
But you can't put a price. You can't put a price on.
you can't put
your
a
life.
price tag on going to the Super Bowl.
You can't put your. Well, it's just the experience.
Yeah, you
know
can't put a price tag on that experience. Exactly.
And the way that we lost, my skin was thick by then because I actually was surprised that we were playing as well that year. I'll be honest with you, they kind of blindsided me because I was kind of in a fog, with how we were playing.
Well, and man, the thing about that year too is like what a lot of people don't realize is, yeah, the offense was kind of, they were dominant all year and they had, performances all throughout the year where they were dominant, but they really, in my opinion, they did not turn into the team that could have went to the Super Bowl until around like week 14 of that season. That's when it really started clicking where it had to.
I'm gonna be honest, and everybody be honest. Did you all think we were going to beat Seattle?
I thought we could have beat anybody.
Yeah.
Listen. I would. Hey, and I'm this
not with the fans. Now I'm talking about just with the pedigree and what Seattle stood for, and with Pete Carroll.
You talking about Seattle this year?
Based off of what I was seeing. You talking about that year that we went to the Super Bowl? You talking about in 2016?
Yeah.
I mean, the way we was playing in this, after that bye week, we was unstoppable. The offense was unstoppable.
Yeah, it was. They were clicking.
And the defense was rounding. They was, was rounding off into looking like they had got it together.
You know what?
The first half of the season.
You know what? 3. I've always looked at that like Meldrick Taylor was beating Julio Cesar Chavez for 11 and a half rounds. He was beating him. He was beating Julio. And he got knocked out with like 2 seconds left in the fight and lost. But then you look at it and you say, damn, Julio Cesar Chavez is one of the best ever of all time. Tom is one of the best ever of all time, man. He's one of the best. It just, and they look like you're just not the same. Yeah. You're just not the same as that is your decade. That's your decade.
Yeah, because
the only prevalent thing you've done in the past 10 years is lose a Super Bowl.
That's and we're coming up on 10 years from that.
Right. And that's the only prevalent thing you've done in the past decade. And I keep telling people, you're not the same. You're not the same. It's almost, and look, you're not even the worst franchise.
Yeah.
To go to 4 straight Super Bowls, to lose 4 straight Super Bowls, and then be dominated for 20 years by Tom Brady, then to be dominated another 7 years by Patrick Mahomes.
That's rough.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
It's crazy, and then you have the fan base still breaking tables, shoveling snow.
That's why I said I might be. My expectations might be wrong.
Listen. I've talked to Buffalo Bills fans. I live in the area. I've talked to them.
Right.
There's not a franchise that went more than a Buffalo Bill fan for the past 3 to 4 decades. So, and had Hall of Fame coach, Hall of Fame running back, Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame wide receiver, Hall of Fame Bruce Smith.
Yeah.
Hall of
Smith
Fame
was a monster back then.
Hall of Fame of special teams, the Mr. Great Don Bibby, who was one of the first special team Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
And then go through so much, and then to be dominated by Tom Brady for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
And then to have Patrick Mahomes in the envelope to draft Patrick Mahomes, and Andy Reid finagled them out of Patrick Mahomes, because the 30 for 30 is there. Everybody can go watch it. I don't know if you guys watch the 30 for 30. And then to be dominated for another decade by Patrick Mahomes, 13 seconds.
And now New England just went back to the Super Bowl.
And New England just went back to the Super Bowl. Bro, you got to be kidding.
And we're still struggling with 8, right?
Come on, man. Come on,
hey, man. But let me tell you something. I get it. We lost the Super Bowl, right? And I appreciate the home playoff games, right? But I'm gonna be honest with you. That San Francisco loss hurt me. Pretty much worse than that one. That San Francisco game, where them guys came out of the locker room after the halftime at the Georgia Dome, man, that was crazy. Yeah.
Man, because listen, a lot of the thing about, and the only reason a lot of us don't even talk about that San Francisco loss as much is because of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Before the Super Bowl, and that San Francisco loss.
Well, if you experienced the San Francisco loss, right? that Super Bowl loss, if you saw both of them in person, it didn't sting as bad.
Yeah.
Just for me.
Listen, thing with the Super Bowl is it was probably more, you were probably so numb from just the experience in general that it probably took a minute for it to even sit in. That's what a Super Bowl will do to you. But an NFC championship at home as the number 1 seed.
Right. And then they come back on you. Mm-hmm. But see, let me tell you something that happened to me at the Super Bowl that was crazy. Not happened to me, but just they probably didn't show it on television. But they showed on the Jumbotron. Now we up 21-3 at the time. No, 25-3, I think. Anyway, they're showing on the Jumbotron how many games that Tom Brady had came back from.
Oh, wow.
They showed nothing about the Falcons. And the Patriot fans were in the stands. Some of them was on their phones or whatever. They started betting that those guys were going to come back on us. I'll never forget it. Mm. They started betting that those guys that the Patriots were going to come back.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've never seen that before. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Tom Brady had that would have been his 51st comeback.
So what you're saying is the fix may very well have been in.
No, I'm just saying what I said, bro.
Hey, but you know what? It was just like of late, just like that Super Bowl. It's just a long line of bad coaching decisions that have happened since like 80, 81. All right, because for me, the biggest loss wasn't the Super Bowl. It wasn't that game against San Fran. Mine goes back to when
the Dallas game.
That Dallas game, yes, that Dallas game was the one that had a 10-year-old. My mom had the way she described it. I was uncontrollably emotionally damaged.
It was crying, boy.
I was in tears. I was in tears, and nobody could understand why. You know, I'm a brand new fan at 10 years old. And the thing was, Atlanta was at that point had won nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. I mean, they won some games here and there, but when it came to playoff games or any big games, we were all at that time. We were big big adversaries of people like 49ers, the Dallas Cowboys, Cincinnati Bengals. We were playing these guys tough, and Steve Bartkowski was the answer to Atlanta at that time, and that was probably the first scurry of hope that Atlanta had as far as going into the postseason, the first time ever. So when we went into that game, we just knew that Atlanta was going to go into the playoff for the first time. And here comes Dallas. And we had them beat. We had them beat, and it came down to a coaching decision again. Well, at that point, and at that time, I didn't realize the strategy behind the game. I was just watching it. I'm a big fan, I'm a football fan. But
were you at the game?
I was at the game.
Oh my god!
Oh man, I'm telling you, they had to literally drag me out of the stadium.
What was okay, I want to ask, what was the experience like? What was the atmosphere like at that game? Do you remember that?
Oh man, like I tell you, when I tell you, there was none like no other. People talk about being at these big games where crowds get loud. You did not need a decibel meter to tell you how loud this crowd was. I think a F-16 or a bomber could have flew directly over the top of the stadium, and you couldn't hear that jet. That's how loud it was. And the fact that we were winning and about to beat the Dallas Cowboys, oh man, people were ready to storm the field. And I'm sitting there looking like, what are these people doing? And I didn't know what it was all about. I just thought like they just wanted to get a better view of the game. But these people were ready to storm the field. And here I am, I'm looking, and to see Dallas come down the field, and I can feel it. At that time, I'm still thinking that we were going to hold them. But I can feel the tension growing in the stadium. And to see them march down the field, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And that's when I started realizing, wait a minute, we just might lose this thing. But when it came down to it, I still thought we were going to hold them. And we didn't do quite enough. But it came again. Instead of Atlanta calling a timeout, getting our players to the side, getting them a breath, getting them another breath in their lung or whatever, so they can come back and play a fresh set of down. No, we let it play through. And like I said, at that time, I didn't know nothing about game management or the strategy behind it. But when I got older, I realized that was what killed us. Should have just called a simple timeout to get because they were tired. Claude Humphrey, they were tired. You could see it. Yeah. But they thought the defense was going to hold.
Well, fellas, again, I'm going to wake up disappointed tomorrow if God lets me. And I'm going to keep on waking up disappointed.
Let's hope not.
Yeah. So, so it is what it is. I'm going to go watch this UFC fight because the UFC
You're gonna let some of the frustrations out on TV.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch some of the UFC fight. But look, fellas, man, I hope that we all can come together.
That shit on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, I hope that I hope Paramount Plus. These TV apps, they be cheating, man. They be cheating for the money, man. But it's all good. But anyway, man, listen. I hope that we all can come together. I don't think it's never gonna happen. But hopefully we can all come together. But it's never going to happen.
Come together. Oh,
it'll never happen.
Yeah,
it'll never happen.
To 330's point, though. To 330's point, winning cures all.
Yeah, but even when
I don't even think these cats are get right if we win it, man.
But hold on, let me take that back. Consistently.
Yeah, I think. But I don't even think winning at this point. I just think that everybody is who they are.
Yeah,
right. And what they are is what they are, and who I am is what I am. And to be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie. Again, this might sound very controversial, but there's only 2 Caucasian content creators that support me and that show me love. There's only 2. There's only two.
You know what? I can almost guess which two it is.
Right. So I don't even want to say that, but if you look at the panels, Blackberry's panels, I'm pretty sure your panels, there's only about one or two Caucasians that ever cross paths. And the Caucasian side, the big content creators on the Caucasian side, they hardly let blacks or Latinos up on their side.
Yeah.
So until that happens, you'll never have unity.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to end with that.
Well, hey, everyone's welcome over here.
No, Chandler, this is not directed to you. This is
Right.
I know you ain't talking about me. Shoot.
No, I don't even need to name them. But if you look at Blackberry's panels, because I don't go live at Blackberry's panels, I guarantee you can name the two white Caucasians that go over there that are content creators.
Yeah.
I'm going to end with that.
Yeah.
you Blackberry now is probably gonna think of it and say, "Oh yeah, oh I know who it is," because everybody knows the answer to the test.
Yeah.
But when you go to that side and you look at the big content creators on that side, listen, they don't even share a kid that goes viral that probably had a input into the firing of Raheem Morrison, Terry Fontenot, who is Chandler, by the way, who went viral, a kid his age. They don't even show him support.
Wow.
But I'm going to leave it at that, because if I don't leave it at that, I'm probably going to insult a lot of people, and I really don't want to insult people today.
And you're going to miss the fight.
Hey.
Well, listen, they don't even support Chandler like that. They don't even support Chandler like that, who's a kid that comes on here, shows love to everybody, goes to as many games, has went viral, and they don't even show him love, man, which is...
Ain't nobody invited him to come and talk about it or nothing.
Nobody's inviting him to come and talk about it. Nobody said anything like that. And you know what? That's some BS, man. And this is why our fan base will never come together, because there's still a lot of people who are colorblind within this community. Yeah. And by the way, I've never asked to be a part of the Atlanta Falcon community, because I never can be, because I am not from Atlanta. I am not from Atlanta, but I respect all the real people from Atlanta.
Wolf,
I don't think that's it, though.
Wolf, you're one of the biggest ones.
I respect all the people down there that keep it real and stuff like that. But people need to start thinking about it, and people need to start being very, very colorblind, because I think a lot of people are very, very colorblind within this content space. But anyway, listen, I'm going to go see the fight. Enjoy your day, fellas. Remember to get your life up, not your likes, please. And everybody be safe out there. And I'll talk to everybody on the next one, like the other Caucasian says. On the next one, like the other Caucasian says.
Hold it down, Wolf.
All right, Wolf. Hold it down.
Right.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Wolf.
Puppy Wolf.
You know what, though? I don't think that him being from someplace else has anything to do with it. From my perspective of it, I think some people just don't like realness. You know what I mean? And you know, some people get easily offended. Because right now I'm talking to a guy that used to be a part of another platform that I constantly, like your channel that I constantly link up with. And he used to be a part of that platform, and he and I do stuff together too. So I'm interested to know, because he's no longer a part of that platform. So I'm trying to find out. And both of these guys, these platforms are Falcon content creators, right? And both of them do very good content. But now I'm stuck between a spot where, who am I going to ride with, right? And I don't want to use that term ride with, because I'll talk to a freaking brick wall about Atlanta Falcons, right? I'm that guy. And that's why my wife right now, she won't go anywhere with me, because I find somebody to talk Falcon football with. And that's a true story. But like me, man, the enjoyment of having this platform to talk Falcon football is one thing I can't understand why we can't even come together on that level. Just that, you know. And I mean, talking about nothing else. Just Falcon football. If you call yourself a Falcon fan, you should have absolutely no problem talking with any other person, man, woman, or child, about talking Falcon football. I just don't get it. personal feelings aside, maybe y'all something going on, or they had something going on off camera, off content creation, in the street somewhere. I can see that. I don't know if that happened. Like I said, I got to get into the depths of it because I enjoy doing content with both of these platforms. But like 330 said, you don't see you have the vision of a Falcon base of Falcon fans coming together, but could it realistically happen because people won't put their feelings aside?
Well, it's enough content creators now
Mm-hmm.
for the Falcons niche that the ones that's just MFers at heart,
Yeah.
it's enough for us to keep them far away from the rest of us.
Okay.
And and the way listen, man. It's like Wolf said before he got off. Some people just are who they are,
Mm-hmm.
and that's fine for them. They can stay in their corner
Right.
while the rest of us go outside and play.
Let's just call it for what it is, okay? The people that Wolf were talking about, and I'm not gonna name any names, but I think I got a good idea of who he's talking about, and they are, what you would, I guess, call the professional platforms. A lot of those platforms, though, man, you got a bunch of people on there who are sensitive. They want to be professionals, and they're sensitive. They're sensitive about everything.
Yeah. And I get that. The thing is though,
that's why they won't come over here, and that's why they won't invite me, and they won't invite any of y'all, because they're sensitive. They're sensitive to a sense of raw realness.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Not a lot of people would have let 3Durty do what he did at the top of this show. They wouldn't have let him do it. It's just that's just how it is at the end of the day with this fan base.
That's the beauty of having this type of platform now, where we can be raw, we can be unapologetically raw, as opposed to getting a journalism degree and trying to find a network that'll let you be yourself, and that don't never happen. So you just got to roll with the punches with a network, and you can't be yourself.
Man,
Stephen A. Smith talked about that not too long ago, about how even though First Take is looked at as his show, that show has producers, and he has to fall in line. It's part of a major network. He didn't really get to unleash who he truly is until he started his own podcast.
Man, let me tell you something, okay? Because you brought up a great point. When I was when I was in high school, I actually did start my first year of college. I'm going back in the fall. I went for a major of journalism. Wanted to go into sports journalism. But something, and my dad, listen, my dad told me you need to go for something else. That just mainly because his thinking was about the money. But I wanted to do sports journalism. But when I stepped in there, I realized, you know what, I can't be me in this.
Right.
I'm not. Listen, I don't feel like going up into a studio every day with the suit on trying to talk professional, and more importantly, I don't want to go up in there, and this is no shot at any of the people that Wolf mentioned, Tori McElhaney, that they do a great job, or even the people that work at Fox 5 and cover the Falcons, but those people, because they are in cahoots with the Falcons, and Arthur Blank has some pull over all the sports media in Atlanta, whether you want to admit it or not, he does. They have to push a certain narrative about the Falcons that's always going to be positive. They can't listen. They can't go and really express themselves in the way they want to.
Right.
And it's nothing. It's really I don't have an issue with that. Like what I was saying about the beauty of content creating and having these platforms. See, yesterday I dug deeper into what Matt Ryan may have seen in Kevin Stefanski. See, as most of the content creators, I haven't watched everybody's takes on Kevin Stefanski and anybody's breakdown or anything, but from what I gather, a lot of people did what was on the surface and basically did what the media does. They mentioned his time in Cleveland and how he had two head coaches of the year awards.
Yeah.
Took the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Had a playoff win. But if you did what I did yesterday, I dug a little deeper.
Yes, sir.
That.
Yes,
I
sir.
went into but it has to be something that gives Matt Ryan and any hirer the belief that this can be their franchise long-term option head coach.
Right.
And not just a guy that can just come in here and play around for a few years and then we'll probably be looking for another coach.
Because I'm going to be honest. I think that was, looking back, that was probably the thing with Arthur Smith. I think they probably brought Arthur Smith in just to go. We'll just see where it goes, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, see, but Matt Ryan, when I broke it, I used two coaches to make the point. Two separate coaches. I used Sean McVay and I used Andy Reid. And I said two totally different coaches that came up totally different ways to lead. But let's look at the makeup of them going into their head coaching hire. With Andy Reid, it was low-hanging fruit for Kansas City because, I mean, he had the mid-level success in Philadelphia, always being a top team in the NFC, won the multiple NFC championship games, went to a Super Bowl. It was a no-brainer for Kansas City. But for Sean McVay, it was so we got to find the consistency in what he does. They saw the consistency in him being a tight end coach in Washington. And when he became an offensive coordinator, the West Coast offense he ran, it got better every year with Kirk Cousins. Yeah. And when the fall off, there was no fall off in the production of quarterback when RG3 got hurt and it had to transition to Kirk Cousins. Two totally different types of quarterbacks, right? Mm-hmm. But the production didn't change. And then the tight end on a Sean McVay offense in Washington was the leading reception guy on the team. Mm-hmm. So they saw the consistency and they saw each year how they got better with that identity being the same every year. And what happened? He get to LA and then the rest is history. So what Matt Ryan did, he did something similar to that. He told us before any quarterback was before any head coach was hired and before any GM was hired, he told us that we gonna run the ball and we gonna set the pass up through the run. So he told us what the identity of this team gonna be. Right. So when I broke down Kevin Stefanski, because I said I don't truly believe in Kevin Stefanski like that. But let me look at what Matt Ryan might be looking. And I broke it down even further. It ain't just about the two head coach of the year awards. It ain't just about winning a playoff game with the Cleveland Browns, because he didn't even coach in that game. He was out with COVID. But Alex Van Pelt called that game, who is now our quarterback's coach. Mm-hmm. And then he looked at, okay, well, his moniker is the run game. That's what he's known for. And he looked at the consistency in no matter what happened in Cleveland, the running game remained consistent. Even with losing a Nick Chubb to injury, you still had a top five running attack. You lost, key offensive linemen and plugged in unknowns and still had the same production in the running game. And then the offense, the quarterback play also didn't take big hits. So he looked at the consistency and the identity that he was looking for out of Kevin Stefanski, and that's what he's getting.
Yeah.
So a part of what I did, a part of what the content creating world gives you, it gives you opportunity to look deeper into things. If you're a fan that's not used to going on YouTube and finding content creators that talk your team, if you one day decide, let me see what the Falcons look like on YouTube, let me see who talking about the Falcons, I want you to run into my channel and see that I don't just do what the media do and give you the on the surface look.
Right.
And most of that reason is because it's a time thing. They got a lot of other shit to cover. And so they give you what's on the surface and they keep it moving. And a lot of times some content creators, what they do is they think that because if they give you their opinion, then that their opinion is what you should go off of. And a lot of times, because we got the ones out there that say the stats and the facts and the truth, that's their moniker.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear them tell lies all goddamn day. But when we look at what they are doing, there's no depth in it. And I'm with collaboration. I'm with collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, some content creators just not gonna ever be collaborative types.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to be okay with that as other content creators. Because some of them gonna say, well, the other content creators out there, they all wanna keep us isolated or something like that. But it ain't about that. It's what it is if I can't come on a panel like this one
Mm-hmm.
and have a difference of opinion from you and be able to voice it and articulate it my way without you going back and trying to throw my name under the bus or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's now you're not making it about the team. You're not making it about talking Falcons. Now you're just making it about you sounding right or you being right about your take or something.
Yeah.
And then you got a lot of
that's
people
what a lot of
that's
just
gonna
can't
see
get
that.
with.
But here's a question for you, Black. Wouldn't that actually be contributing to the division amongst Falcon fans when you do that?
Of course.
If you feel like you can't collab with another content creator?
No, it's just some, like I said earlier, it's just some people that are collaborative.
Right.
You can't collaborate with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
As a truck driver, when I go to a truck stop, I'm not really looking to sit and have a conversation like a lot of the truck drivers.
Right.
A lot of the truckers, they've been driving all day. They itching for somebody to damn talk to. You can tell.
Yeah.
You ain't got to say nothing to them. You just got to be standing next to them in line, and they gonna spark up a conversation with you. But see, I'm not the sit and spark up a conversation trucker type. Like I don't want to talk to no damn body like that. Like not really. Like if it's something that we both around and something happens while we're there, I could talk. Yeah, cool. But I don't want to hear about your day and how many times somebody cut you off and I'm good, man. I want to go get what I'm getting up out of here, go back to my truck and be isolated from everybody.
Right.
And that's okay. And I think it's content creators that we just need to be okay with that. That's their corner. Let them stay in.
Yeah, that's okay to a certain point though.
Yeah.
If you're in the corner, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in the corner and you causing problems across the room, that's a whole nother problem.
I just feel like that's conducive to the fanship, right? I mean, if you shared that same, let's just say you both share that same interest in Falcons, right? That you can sit there and have a non-biased discussion. Let's put it like that. On a podcast, even away from a podcast. have a non-biased discussion on Falcon because y'all do share that same vision. Now, like you were saying earlier in the content, I mean, early in the podcast, you don't have to always agree, but at the same time, it's all about building that camaraderie, amongst fans. And if you were talking to, let's just say, a New Orleans Saints fan or content creator, then all beans go in on them. But at the same time, because that's like right now, I'll join the platform. Come on in Sports Network. 3 of those guys are New Orleans Saints fans. And yeah, we kind of slide, some get back at each other during the program. But at the same time, for the most part, we both enjoyed the Atlanta Falcons Saints rivalry. You know what I mean? So it's not a way of saying, man, how dare you be on the same show with New Orleans Saints fan? You know what I mean? It's not about that. It's about sharing in that camaraderie. And I figure if I can do, I ain't gonna say me, but if someone can go on to and have that same share that same platform with a New Orleans Saints fan, surely two Atlanta Falcons fans can get together and share content, whether you agree or disagree on it or not. That should make even better content.
Yeah, but I think it's like you said earlier. It's some you didn't know if some of these people have had personal issues with each other.
Yeah.
That's what some of these content creators have had personal issues. Some of them had personal issues with me.
Yeah.
And I've had personal issues with them.
Yeah, I remember yours. Yeah, I remember that.
But Blackberry,
it's
let me
like,
ask you something.
Yeah.
So now I hear what you're saying, and I'm gonna let you finish. But because of what we're talking about now, and see, all of this is playing into what I was getting to. The word is called etiquette, professional etiquette. Okay. So if everything was like on that level, you 3 guys have platforms and you guys are knowledgeable. Cause y'all boys made me have to start there on looking at some other stuff than just what I be normally doing. So, but at some point, as Falcon, like Pandemic just said, the Falcon content creators should have no problem when the link is dropped coming in talking Falcon football and all of the fans and even the people that are coming in like Blackberry said that maybe doing a whole nother thing and they just want to stick their head in the door and see what the Falcons are doing through the content creator eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And they see some BS going on. Cause I'm here to tell y'all something, and I'm gonna do this at another time. But it's amazing to me, and I was disappointed that when I was doing some research, what names popped up on these search engines, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go ahead, OG, and put out the little teaser for what you got coming?
No,
Because
not yet. No, young buck, hold your hand close to your vest at all times until you're ready to lay it on the table.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
But I'm telling you,
all I'm gonna say is there's more to
amazing to
come.
me.
There's more to come.
Yeah.
But it's
don't be surprised.
amazing to me what comes up when you go in these search engines and you pull up this level of who's representing who with the Atlanta Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
It is freaking amazing to me.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Like we already know. If I go if I go on Pandemic's page, if I tune into a Pandemic or I tune into a Dirty Bird fly through or a Gats Boy Speaks or Atlanta Bird Gang or Smitty or Beat Low Country, if I tune into any one of those and then some and other content creators, if I tune into most of them, I'm gonna hear Falcon talk. I'm gonna hear us talking about the Falcons. I'm gonna hear difference of opinions. I'm gonna hear all of that. What I'm not gonna hear is who don't like them in the Falcon niche and who done screwed them over in the Falcons niche. Like,
It's crazy, man. I'm telling you.
I know some people when they tune into YouTube, they want to see some drama. I get it, and it's attractive, and it get ears, and it get eyes on your content, and it might even get you some likes. It might even get you some more clicks.
Right.
But when when you always have to make sure that's a part of your content is talking about things that don't have nothing to do with the Falcons.
Yeah.
It gets to where, okay, there's no depth here.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to move on to somebody else that actually talking what I'm looking for.
Falcon football, yeah, exactly.
But see, the bad part about it is that depending on who's coming in looking for that content, they might be like, nah, we gonna get back out of here. So the front runner gonna possibly mess it up for the rest of the people.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
Man, we got the Super Bowl coming. We got the Super Bowl coming to Atlanta, man. You think outside sources are not going to be looking for content creators when it's time? Not this season, but next season. Super Bowl coming to Atlanta, man.
You know,
yeah,
28 for the 27 season. Another thing too, I think which by the way, I'm getting ready to bring up the Hawks. What do y'all think about what they're getting ready to do with Magic City night
on the 16th?
Yeah, what do y'all think about that?
Man, I'm gonna be in Connecticut. I ain't even gonna be able to be there. I don't. Let me tell you, for me, it's something that I see a lot of people that having mixed reactions to it. And then, people asking the question, are the dancers going to be there and all that? I'm pretty sure the dancers will be there. That don't mean they're going to be taking their clothes off. Now, it's a family venue, so they're going to be they're going to be conducting themselves appropriately. I'm pretty sure.
It's Mercedes-Benz, State Farm, all the Truist. I'm not even including it because I'm gonna be honest. The Braves. That whole event, that whole atmosphere, that's completely different. Because something about the Atlanta Braves for a moment is it's the Southeast Braves. It's not the Atlanta Braves. That's what I've been saying for several years. You have people from all over the Southeast that come to watch the Braves. And a lot of these people, they're coming from Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, the Carolinas, and we already know how they get down as far as family-friendly stuff. And we know what type of families that I'm talking about. But no, as far as Mercedes-Benz and State Farm goes, that it's Magic City for kids essentially. It's pushing the limits a little bit, but still trying to keep it kid friendly.
Well, see, the thing is,
so no, they ain't gonna have. I'm sorry, those women will not have their shirts off or anything.
No, but Magic City is a landmark in Atlanta, whether people want to acknowledge it or not. It's a famous landmark in Atlanta, and people of celebrity status have been coming to Atlanta and enjoying what Magic City offers for a very long time. But not just them. People host business meetings in Magic City. Executives go to Magic City and land deals that they've been working on for years. When they host a potential partner for a deal or for an investment or something, they do it at Magic City almost every week. It's white collar in there almost every week, constructing, finalizing some kind of deal or something.
Let me tell you honestly what I'm thinking about with this Magic City night. And I think I saw they will be selling them. Man, we all know Magic City. We all know that the main attraction. Of course, you have the women, and of course, we know it's a strip club. But the big attraction to Magic City is the wings.
The wings now.
what the Hawks are
Wings
essentially
fire,
doing
man.
is they're advertising Magic City Night, and what I'm thinking about it, and I
They got
am
a good
thinking,
menu, period.
man, I've been thinking about going to a Hawks game for a minute, and I'm seeing the Hawks are winning, so I might just actually have to pop out. And I was looking at a game around mid March, so I might just have to, go to Magic City Night. But the thing is that I'm thinking about when I first see it, I'm not even thinking about the women. I'm and I'm thinking about the wings.
Well,
But
come on.
here's the question for you though,
Yeah.
Tam. If if it's not about the women, right? If it's not about the women, and the women is all about Magic City, that's what it's all about. Let's put the elephant in the room right there. Let's
Well,
address that part.
of course.
Now,
Let me rephrase that. The first thing I thought about was the wings. I
the
thought
first
about
thing you thought about.
yeah. When I saw they were doing this, I'm like, I think about Magic City. First thing I kind of thought about was, okay, this nice, it's cool. They're gonna be selling some Magic City wings there. Like,
I tell you for the masses, though. I tell you for the masses, and respectfully, I think when people thought about the Hawks collabing with Magic City, nobody thought about lemon pepper
The
wings.
wings, right?
I did.
And I'm
What wings?
and I really, to me, truly, I mean, I get it. It's the South, it's the Atlanta, it's the culture, but I don't recognize the collaboration.
Exactly.
I get what they're trying to do. They and like most people trying to say this, they trying to destigmatize the area, the aura of Magic City. It's a strip club. It's not. It's not. That's not going to help.
That's exactly what it is.
It is not a sports
I mean,
entity.
it is a strip club, but it has this. It has this unique. Listen, it's a strip club, but it's such a unique type of venue. Obviously, with the wings, and then we mentioned they have business meetings with executives during the day. I'm sure those same executives, they come back during the night all buttoned down, ready to get some action.
Man, what them gals do on them poles is definitely a sport.
It is a sport now because
It is athletic.
they got
and
upper
it's the
body
reason why-
strength that is unmatched.
Yeah, and there's a reason why those big time execs comes at night. It is not during the day during business hours. Now I get it, guys. I really truly get it. It could have been a great collab on a different level, but I don't think the game is one of them. And true, they won't be out there stripping or nothing like that. But I can guarantee you one thing:
They may as well be.
they may as well be, because this is
right.
Hey,
For
the way they showed up for the Beyonce concert, and that had nothing to do with stripping, and they were half naked then.
Hey,
When they show up at the Magic City concert, it's just especially if we have some nice weather. Oh, you can.
Oh boy,
you don't have to be an employee of Magic City to look like you work at Magic City.
Well, I mean, that's why I was saying though. Like, honestly, this gonna bring me back to, okay, if you go into the suite, the Mercedes Club, even at the Benz or the Delta Club or whatever, a lot of those women in there, they're not wearing Falcons jerseys. Their belly buttons are hanging out. They're wearing booty shorts, or they're wearing skimpy, outfits or stuff or something like that. It's like I say, it's essentially Magic City, but a little more kid friendly. That's what State Farm and Mercedes-Benz are. I'm
gonna take it a step further, right? I'm gonna take it a step further. We go to, I think it was, maybe it wasn't even. It was less than 10 years ago. Went to a kindergarten's graduation. A kindergarten graduation.
I already know what you're getting ready to say.
And a grandmother, not the mother.
You saying granny now?
The grandmother is at a kindergarten's graduation twerking. Come on.
Lord.
I saw that.
Are you serious?
Come
on.
God damn.
I'm talking about literally twerking.
Yeah, the one that had on the mask, right?
Yeah.
Man,
So
hey,
it's not gonna be.
shout out to the chat.
It's and you guys know people don't consider the kids no more. Not like on that level. Not when it comes to morality and stuff. People don't consider the kids no more what the kids should see and shouldn't see. Like now, if you start talking to your kids, let's just say if you wait until they 13, 14 years old, 15 years old, and you start talking about sex and relationships, you're already too late. You're behind the 8 ball. Way behind the 8 ball. If you start trying to discipline your kids at 13, 14 years old, you're not disciplining, you're fighting. Yeah. So I can see this collab. I'm not saying it's gonna be a negative thing. I'm not gonna stay on it being negative because it could have some positive implications. I have yet to see him come up with it, but hey, sometimes collabs work. But this is one I don't see the logic behind it. I mean, I get it. Lou Williams is the I think they say he's the one behind the lemon pepper wings. I think he's a former NFL player. I mean,
well, they always had the lemon pepper wing.
Oh,
they
yeah,
just named him after
him
after he was caught in the at Magic City during bubble.
Hey, yeah,
let in the bubble.
Exactly. That's why they named after him. Shit.
Oh my goodness, story gets deeper by the minute. I tell you. But yeah, man, and I like I said, I don't understand the collab, and I'm not trying to be the what they call it, the old man in the room. So I speak on this, but I just don't see the collab in it. It makes no sense. Now they had to they just say
you being a party pooper fan, damn it.
That's what it is.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, come on.
Hey, come on.
Hey,
leave us alone.
Hey, look, trust me. I used to bounce at Club Vision. I used to bounce at Body Tap. So I know the street scene. I used to body at legendary. I used to body at 112 too. So I know the club scene. I know the street scene. You know what I mean? But I just don't understand the logic behind that.
Hey, you done already told us your stories about you in middle school and high school now.
Hey man, I tell you, and I say that, and I'm gonna leave it at that. My wife just walked by the door.
Oh, I ain't trying to get you in trouble.
Mr. Magic could just have a good relationship with Tony Wrestler. You know, it could just be that.
Could be.
Shit.
Could
hey.
be.
Well, I gotta go with Cowboy on that. Some things don't mix, man.
It don't make sense.
But
now, if they trying to be innovative, okay, fine. But some things just don't mix, man.
Well, it don't not mix.
Hold
okay.
on, though.
If you think about it.
Okay. Let's look at, because it all ties back to, of course, Magic City. But then we know, of course, the hip-hop scene here and, you know, all this stuff. And I brought this up before. And, OG, you've been on here. I don't know if Blackberry and Fandemic, y'all have been on here. But y'all know who is funding these hip-hop scenes and these things like Magic City, right? Who's indirectly, but they're absolutely behind it, the culture. It's these billionaires. Like Arthur Blank, like the wrestlers, like, man, hey, go ahead, name it down. They got a stake in it. They're the ones controlling everything that's going on in entertainment.
It's marketing.
It's marketing, exactly.
Yeah.
That and the players love to go there and spend all their millions there. So
see, that's what I couldn't get about Al Horford being critical about it.
So you're saying they're controlling the environment?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But here's the thing too. A lot of people just and it's not saying that all athletes gonna agree with it. Obviously, a lot of them haven't agreed with it. But when you find somebody like Al Horford, who was pretty much the you know, Atlanta has never been about the place to go grab somebody who has character issues, right? They didn't want the bad boy, the bad boy look. They wanted the choir boy to play for their team, whether you were playing for the Hawks, Braves, or the Falcons. So Al Horford fit that you know, that niche when he was here. So, but for him to come out and say, I can see him because he kind of found himself spiritually, right? I mean, he's not going to support anything Magic City does. I don't care who they collab with or they don't collab with. he is not going to support Magic City in one bit. But there are going to be some players who are looking at the hidden. I'm not going to say, you might as well say a hidden agenda behind the collab and what that could possibly do. Somebody like it's a difference between listening to somebody like Al Horford and somebody like Killer Mike talk about the collaboration, right? Killer Mike is going to be all about that. That he came from that. But Al Horford, I'm not going to say he's never been to a strip club, but he's not going to be that one that's going to be like, oh, I'm all in on this. I actually want to get in on this.
Well, the question is how has Magic City contributed to State Farm Arena? And I'm pretty sure we can research it, look up, all the ways that it's contributed to State Farm Arena and the Hawks. But there's a contributing factor here between Magic City and State Farm Arena that's being recognized by them hosting a Magic City night, and they're being unapologetic about it. I can respect that, but I definitely understand what y'all saying. You got a strip club, and then you got an NBA team, and they collabing with one another, and we've never seen that before. It's very unorthodox, but I'm pretty sure behind the scenes, in some form or way, Magic City, aka Mr. Magic himself, has contributed to State Farm Arena in some form of fashion to where they feel it's a it's a paying homage thing for them to be able to do for the Magic City. So I don't have an issue with it. I don't think that it's something wrong with it. It's not like if all the kids that's gonna be there, they mom and dad or whoever taking them gonna say, yeah, we going because it's Magic City night. So yeah. I mean, and when they get there, of course it's gonna be mentioned during the time that they're there. It's gonna be over the loudspeaker. They probably gonna have some kind of ceremonial thing that they do for Mr. Magic or somebody. I don't know, but I don't think it's something that's going to negatively affect the Falcons or State Farm Arena or the city itself. Well, if anything, it will just go on like it didn't even happen.
Now, I will say this. It's on a Monday, right?
Yeah.
That's by design. Because they know
kids going to be at home in bed.
They know the kids are going to be home in bed getting ready for school.
Maybe.
Let me add something to that.
There's a reason they're doing this on a Monday night and not a Saturday.
I'm gonna add something to that. I'm just gonna piggyback and just throw my 2 cents in. Of course, I got a party bus business, and I have a dance pole in my bus, and I mean.
Does it get athletic up in there?
Lord have mercy.
Very. At times, boy, especially on the way back after, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Especially on the way back.
Hey,
well, okay. Here's the problem. If you take the pole, if you take the dance pole in and out, you're flexing your roof on your bus, right? So, yeah. So I'm leaving it in. But I also take teenagers and small kids around also. And some of the parents have had issues. I probably lost clients because of that, right? Because the dance pole is in the bus.
Yeah.
In the party bus. So I've been trying to figure out what I need to do to kind of do something different, because I'm not going to take the pole out, because they're not going to pay me enough to because you know what you're going to have to do something to the roof.
You know what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to get another bus.
Oh no, I'm not going to do that either.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm going to I got a person supposed to be a decorator that's supposed to be getting with me, and we're going to design some type of decoration for that pole, for the dance pole, when the kids are coming on.
Okay.
Some
Man,
type of,
y'all gonna put some SpongeBob shit on it.
and that's part, and it's gonna be a concept, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be, it's gonna be stuff that's made, and you're gonna attach it to the pole. But I'm saying that to say this,
A covering.
yeah, covering. That's gonna cover it, and it's just gonna be,
It's gonna look like a pillar in the middle of the bus.
exactly right, and it's gonna have some different streamers or whatever, and but I'm saying that to say this. Sometimes, as innocent as it looks, and it's no harm, it's just the name of it. Because they say, "Oh, that's a stripper pole." I was like, "No, ma'am, that's a dance pole." And I've even told people, "Oh, that's a handrail for when you get up, so you have something to hold on to, in the back of the bus."
Not dirty. You ain't insulting them people intelligence like that.
Man, I got to tell. Hey, man, I got to tell them something, man.
They probably say, "Okay, sir, if you say so."
Right. And then, but then and like I said, I'm just saying, it says sometimes, man, and hopefully, people will be as understanding as you are, Blackberry, about that whole situation. But I just know how some look at it,
Mm.
and it's just, as innocent as it may be, it could be just as innocent, the collaboration itself, but some people are going to look at it as it's a strip club,
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing about strip club on the outside of it. It says Magic City. So
Now the only reason I can see them doing this, because Magic City is such a staple of Atlanta, right? Is that State Farm Arena is talking about expanding beyond just parking lots, right? And that little area between Magic City and State Farm Arena, albeit office space, is kind of run down, pretty much.
Well, shit.
Yeah.
I told y'all earlier they're redeveloping all that shit.
So I can see Magic City and State Farm actually getting together and redeveloping that area. I can see them doing that now, but I still didn't like. I'm still trying to piece it in my head what kind of logic it makes. So I'm that's the only thing I could come up with. I mean, that area is kind of run down, and nobody seems to be trying to redevelop it. I mean, all the way up until underground Atlanta, all that stuff is starting to like almost like it's about to implode almost. I mean, businesses are gone. You got some under look like jailhouse bars. They got the because I mean, truthfully, it does not look like the city of Atlanta anymore right there in that area. So maybe I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with some type of logic behind it, guys. I mean, I'm speculating here that something is about to happen to help redevelop that area, whether it be underground under that railroad. I don't know. I just don't see the significance behind it. NBA program wanted to, because truth be told, guys, it's a lot of people that still say that for the NBA, who's always voicing the mistreatment of women, the objectification of women, nobody sees the logic behind it. Why would the NBA stoop? In other words, why would the NBA stoop this low? Al Horford was one of those guys. I mean, he even went on social media and said something about it. I think it was Luke Cornett who said something about it initially. He wrote this whole long, almost an article on this thing. So, although he did tweet a lot about it.
Luke Cornett, I could just tell by that name that dude probably don't even know what Magic City is before he did a little bit of research.
Yeah. But we still, even with that, you still had some fans actually come back, some Hawks fans that actually went on. Y'all guys need to go read the comments on this thing, because this guy got a lot of comments from this thing, because he had a lot of support from like Hawks fans, longtime Hawks fans that spoken out against it too. I mean, it got to the point where some fans are calling for the boycott. I don't know if it's like season ticket holders or people who just pop up every now and again for a game, but I mean, it's not one of these things that they need to take lightly. I know they're still going to do it, but I mean, because I'm pretty sure the decision already been made. Those jackets, those T-shirts, those hats, a lot of money went into that marketing. So,
and they're gonna sell a lot of merch too.
oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I actually
That's
like
another reason they did this right here. It's a money making opportunity.
yeah. I actually like the idea that they came up with the shoes and the jacket combo thing. I actually like it. I'm not going to buy it, but I actually
Yeah.
I sound like a hypocrite right here, but I actually liked it. That black and gold was tight.
Right,
But
you invite me over for a dinner party, I'm gonna sneak in that closet to see if I see them that jacket and them shoes.
Hey,
Like,
you,
what
you,
a bathroom,
hey,
man,
you know that's what he's gonna be wearing around the house now. Especially when his wife ain't home.
I'm gonna take a picture too and post it. I'm gonna post it too. I'm gonna take a picture and post it. I say, see, I knew he got that jacket in them shoes.
and it's funny you said that, Chandler, because when my wife found out, I was working at it wasn't Magic City, it was it Nikki? What was I? No, I was at Body Tap when my wife found out. Right, she thought I just had this bouncing job at Vision and 112, and that was it. But when I got told to go to Body Tap, I think I was there for about maybe a week, and the police officer there came in. They wouldn't let her in, by the way. They wouldn't let her in, and because they saw to her the way she was acting, so they wouldn't let her in. So the officer came up to me. He said, "Hey, you have a wife, you know?" And he called my wife's name. He said, "You have a wife? My name's Jessica." I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "What's going on?" He said, "I think she's at the door." I said, "What?" I said, "No, my wife, not my wife." I go to the door and guess who's at the door? But it was so funny because
Man.
when I was bringing all that money home, it was like, oh, I'm gonna go buy this, I'm gonna go buy that. You know, it was shopping time, and I'm like, where do you think all that money was coming from? You don't think I was making that at Vision in 112? You know, it was fine up until receiving the money, but when she found out what I was working at, oh, it was over. Yeah, it was over and done with. I was mad because I was making pretty good money.
Seeing what you looking at them women, man.
How long
Man,
ago? How long ago was this?
It was a while back. It was a while. It was like 2005, maybe 7, maybe earlier than that. Probably it wasn't even 2010. It was probably 2000, maybe 2010 back. Yeah. So it was yeah.
How long had you been working there?
Where at Magic City?
No, when she came there to
Oh, I had been there a week. I had been there a week, and I was actually feeling there. So apparently, and she wouldn't tell me how she found out, but I'm thinking that she went over to Club Vision, and because that's where I normally was, and either she showed up there with her friends or whatever, and her friends probably talked to her, and then like she probably talked to one of the other guys who was on the shift and told him where I was, and yeah, and she got pushed to come over to
she's got her ways, man.
Well, women do.
They got their ways.
You know, women gonna stick together. They're gonna have a little pack. Yeah. So I mean, it was all good. It was all good. I mean, she couldn't spend money like she used to, because I use that as my leverage. Like, no, you can't buy that. I ain't making that much money no more. Like, nah. Yeah.
So what was the difference, though? I mean, you was already at one spot, so.
Well, Club Vision was just what it was. It was a club,
right?
Body Tap, that was a strip club. So she wasn't hearing that. I don't care what kind of money you making. Nah, you coming home. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. Yeah. But if I was single, I wouldn't have sweated it. But I couldn't do that.
No,
I couldn't do that. But yeah, at that time, I was getting paid more by the dancers than I was by the from the club.
Oh, shit!
You want to know how screwed up I used to be? So before pinups, I don't think pinups exist no more.
No,
I think they closed that up. But back in the day, I pretended to be a bouncer at the door. So me and my boys, we was pretty frequent up there, and we actually knew one of the guys that worked the door, and he was having some issues with a guy in the back of the club. They had to handle. Now, I guess because they said because he knew us and we was standing there talking to him, he said, "Hey man, y'all watch the door real quick. Something going on back in the back." And
Yeah.
it was a slow evening. So I guess that's what he was thinking. It's a slow evening.
Well,
Just watch the door, I'll be right back. And the girl that works behind the cage that takes the money, she came out there and stood with us, because we ain't supposed to be back, at the door. So she came out there and stood with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it took them a little longer than it was supposed to take for them to come back to the door. So people started coming up to the door. And me and my partner, we was like, man, we gotta search these people. We can't let these people just come in here.
Right.
So the girl, that lady that take the money, she's watching this now. She's watching. And she said, she just laughed. And I'm patting down, dude. I'm like, hey man, it's gonna be 30. He's like, ain't we supposed to pay when we get in? I was like, nah, we're supposed to pay right here. It would be 30. But cover most nights is 20. It's not 30. And she just laughing. And she had to stop him because he was finna pay us the money. And she was like, no, sir, you pay when you come in. Come on. I said, y'all better get him. Y'all better come back to the door because I'm about to start collecting.
Right. And you know what? There was no way.
Hey, sometimes that's how you gotta do it. Sometimes you just gotta hustle your way.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to hustle your way, bro.
You were a real player back in the day.
Man, what?
Man, I was
tell you one spot I
was
was filling in for a friend. He was a long time bounce at another club, and I filled in one night because he had a death in his family, so I went there to fill in for him, and I did not want to leave this spot. Trapeze did not want to leave that spot whatsoever.
Man,
oh, my wife would have flipped her wig had she known I had been there. I would have started turning flips. Turning the Van Dam on me, man. I tell you that, man.
Shout out to the Hawks, man, the Tony Wrestling, the Hawks, man, for not being afraid to do it. Because I'm pretty sure in whatever meetings was had before they decided to do this, it was brought up plenty of times, and I bet you they had a lot of people that was probably in that room that was against it.
Yeah.
And so shout out to them for doing something that's unorthodox and pioneering something different. Now I don't think we gonna see the Houston Rockets hosting a Diamonds of Houston night at.
I was about to say that, yeah.
At the Houston, whatever their arena is.
Right.
We probably ain't gonna see that. But
it's a different culture there too, though. So not far from Atlanta, though. It's not far from Atlanta. Culture's not that far different.
No,
it's probably about the same, matter of fact. But like you said, I don't see it happening, though.
No.
I don't see it happening. Whether it turned out to be a good thing or a bad thing, we just have to wait until Monday night happens. I don't think anything bad will happen from that. Because there's nothing like because you won't see too many stars out, I don't think, on a Monday night.
That's why they put it on a Monday night, though. Mainly, number one, because, okay, the kids are going to be asleep. Kids are going to be getting ready for school. And, I mean, spring break here in Georgia. Now, they may have also done it because now the college kids, I think, will be on spring break. So,
wow.
I mean, but I mean, at the same time, they're already, over 18. They're considered adults. So, really ain't nothing you can do one way or another. But like still the middle school, high school, elementary school kids, their spring break, I think it's still at the beginning of April.
Yeah. Now I can see that if it had to happen on a Friday, that
there would have probably been a lot more criticism.
Yeah. what that these kids are doing now with the
The teen takeovers.
the teen takeover. Yeah,
Man,
they was
they'll
probably
go,
all over
man.
that.
They got like 20 or 30 of them at the Battery last weekend.
Yeah, that's
They're just
crazy.
trying to cause all sorts
Y'all
of
hold
shit.
it down,
You
man. I
can't
got to
go
count.
up. Listen, you can't go
All
up to
right,
the
dude.
Battery.
All right, Black. We'll
All right,
catch up with you, bro.
Hey,
Appreciate it.
home team,
all right.
appreciate you for coming in.
On team.
All love, man. Hold it
There
down.
you go.
Hey, but you can't go over, especially to that side of town, and be doing that. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Or anywhere, matter of
Well,
fact. I mean,
now
it makes no
anywhere,
sense.
yeah, you ain't. But I just saw like now over at Cascade, they're gonna
Yeah.
start having curfews, and you're gonna have to have an adult with you and stuff.
Isn't that
See,
something?
yeah,
That's crazy. That's crazy.
because they don't know. Listen, they wild all the way out.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
ain't listen, it ain't just, the young men are trying to get them a little something from the young ladies. No, they have actual, like, they're shooting up places now is what they're
Yeah.
worried about. Gang violence,
That's why I
stuff
don't
like
understand
that.
it, right? Yeah. I mean, because like we did stuff like when we were young, right? That I'm not gonna say it went to that extent, but the last thing we wanted to do was do anything that would take somebody's life or probably. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that either. I was gonna say that we did stuff with that we weren't gonna get a record for, but back then we was held more accountable for things too. Like if we got in trouble, man, everybody got a chance to get their punishment in on you. Well, but that was back in the day. You know, when they say it was a village that raised a kid, man, it was literally a village. You know,
Sure
so
was.
if a neighbor came out and saw you at the mall acting crazy, that neighbor was giving you a spanking, and then you go home and they tell your parents getting you. You're taking you over to grandma's house, grandma getting you, and the granddaddy get. Man, it was like a
Man,
gauntlet.
but now, I mean, shoot, people will be like, you even like say, just question their kid, like, why are you talking my kid that way? Blah blah blah
Yeah.
blah blah.
Yeah, exactly. See, like when I got 3 grown sons, right, and like if somebody came and told me something that somebody did, I could tell you exactly which one of my sons would do it. I was never the one that said, "Hey, no, not my kid, not my child." You know that thing. I'm gonna listen to the whole story, and like I said, like my son, one time my sons got in a fight in school, right, and they told me my oldest son started the fight, and I said, "There's no way in hell." I said, "No." They said, "Yeah, he started." I said, "No." Now, if you had came and told me that my second son started the fight, then I can say, "Yeah, that's a possibility." He'll be that one that jumps things off, but not my first son. My first son will end the fight. He's going to make sure you wish you hadn't started that fight, but he is not going. He is not going to start it by no means. Yeah. So yeah, I'm like, yeah, my second son, yeah, no, he'll be that one that start things off. But my first one, no, absolutely not. But the thing is, parents now have to take accountability more on their own kids as opposed to come to their defense because it's being proven. You don't know what your child is doing in the street. You don't know what they're doing at home, not on the street.
Exactly. They put an iPad in front of the kid. They put a phone in front of the kid. And,
Right.
and
Leave 'em
shit
alone.
like, yeah.
Leave them alone. Yeah. And you see it everywhere. I mean, even at the Falcon game, you see them put a phone with,
Man, the kids will have the phone. Will be on the phone instead of actively engaging. This is our next generation of fans, and they're glued to a goddamn phone.
Man, what? Exactly. I mean, I get it. This is change of times. I'm the old man, so I mean, it's the change of times, and sometimes you got to adapt to it, but for the most part, you don't have to agree with it, but you see the damaging effect that it has. And I really don't want to just sit back and watch, but I'm like, what in the world can I do? It's like me against the government. If I'm the small man on the totem pole. They'll pay for my burial fees and and forget all about me in the next life. But the thing it is, my kid, that's like this war that's going on, right? We knew this Iran war was going to come on. I don't want to turn this into a politics thing.
Nah, man.
But I spoke on this thing years ago. I think my middle son was in middle school, and he's 27 now. And when they started that war over there. I said, look, this is not a war that we need to go ahead and snatch these people, our troops from over there, because otherwise our
Man, the
kids are going to be
government's
fighting
talking
the
about,
same
Trump's
war.
talking about it's gonna
Yeah,
be 4 weeks. Now 8. Man, we gonna be over there
yeah,
another 10 goddamn years at this point.
yeah,
That's just how the government
exactly.
is.
Yeah,
And they're doing this
yeah,
shit for Israel too.
yeah, yeah. I don't get it, man. I mean, like I said, I don't want to turn this into like a political thing, but at the same time, it's going to have
No, I
damaging
mean
effect to.
I don't know how the hell you can justify this war. We should, man,
I don't get it.
we need to be taking care of our own business.
We got too much over here
And
to
and,
take
and,
care
and,
of.
and, that, and that's what Trump ran on, and now he's directly betraying all his promises. But it's what every politician's done, in my
Yeah.
opinion. So it ain't nothing new.
That's why I always said I got into the wrong business, man. I should have became a politician and became that voice. You know, I watched a video the other day of them of one of the meetings where they actually snatched a soldier. I don't know. I don't remember the rank that
Yeah,
he
because
was.
he said we're not gonna die for Israel.
Yeah.
Then they
And they
got up
actually
here and
broke
they
this
got
man's
him the
hand.
fuck up out of here.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
They got
broke
him.
his
I mean,
broke his hand.
broke his hand. Yeah. Yeah. Even after it was broke, they were still trying to snatch him out of there. You know, it was crazy.
Yeah.
And they was really, really trying to shut this man up. I mean, but the thing it is, when you have a soldier that has been in the military that long, and to be in that meeting, you had to have had to also rank. You wouldn't just a bystander or a bysitter sitting in there, being part of this meeting. If you was in that meeting, you had to have had some rank into this meeting, whether you was a general or admiral or something like that, something of that nature. You was either a reporter or you was somebody who had rank to be in there. And for him to be in there and for them to snatch them out. And the lady who was commentating, she was actually filming and was like, you guys don't even care what's happening to your own mate. Your mate is being snatched out of here, and none of you will look back and even acknowledge and say, hey, let him say his piece and then get him up out of here.
Well, y'all know how many politicians, both Republican and Democrat, are funded by the super PAC APAC.
Oh, for sure.
That is the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just I just wish he would. I'm not gonna say he. I know it'll never happen. The Senate and the House, they need to do their job, because if they done their job, this war will never be.
Well,
It will never be.
in my opinion, I think it's just bigger than that. I think we need a whole redo
For
of
sure.
everything. We need
Yeah.
to redo everything.
Yeah.
Listen, the Republicans and the Democrats at the end of the day, and I'm learning this very quickly. They don't do a damn. They're not doing a damn thing for you. They're
Yeah.
not.
Well, you're not in consideration anymore. You're not even considered the people. Oh, you're not even a consideration anymore. Forget that. I don't care what your family went through. They're gonna shoot you a. We'll apologize for your loss, or our condolences for your loss and all that stuff. Yeah, BS. BS.
And
Don't stick my son or child in a
war shouldn't
situation.
even be happening.
Yeah, 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 yeah. And they'll bury you for free.
Mm-hmm. And give up the flag.
Probably won't even mark your grave too.
And they won't
Yeah.
until years later.
Shoot.
Until years later.
Listen, the winners in war, it ain't countries, it's politicians. It's
Oh, for sure.
it's whoever's pockets get filled up.
Right.
Why do you think we went into Iraq?
Yeah, for sure.
Because Bush and Cheney, they profited a lot off that war.
Yeah. Yeah. Gas and oil. Yep. Gas and oil. Yep. I don't get it. I don't get it. Now I saw one. What was a? I don't know if he was a general or a politician in the Senate or the House, right? And he was doing a diagnosis of the long term effect of this war once it's over. Whether he didn't say who will win, but he was saying the long term effect. And people have to realize we have some Iranians actually living right here in the states.
Is what?
Some
Hey,
that are very well tied to their country
there
and
is
don't.
there is an interview out with a former FBI agent or someone who was up in the FBI. She's a woman. She does an interview and she explains it perfectly, like the all the bullshit. But she says something in particular that there are sleeper cells right now in the
There you go.
entire. There's sleeper cells in this country waiting to be activated.
Right. Exactly.
And the people that were watching them, they probably ain't got no job anymore.
And you know what? The 9/11, 9/11 was their blueprint.
Yep.
They think it's over. That was a blueprint. They show how easy it was to infiltrate.
Well,
So they can say they can talk all they want about the
there's a lot
finding
of
out
very
details.
suspicious stuff about 9/11.
Yeah, for
That's all
sure.
I'll say.
Very suspicious, and it'll never come out until it probably will never come
It
out.
will. Me and OG, because we talk behind the scenes. We're talking about it earlier today. We got onto the topic of the FBI. We just talk about different things, about life. We got onto the FBI. The FBI probably has technology that we don't even know exists. And matter of fact, they don't even know how it was even innovated, the people working at the FBI.
Wow.
But this technology, it's so, beyond innovation that you can't even describe it. But the FBI truly is a deep state.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. You'd be surprised, buddy.
yeah. It's
How I
crazy.
mean, they are they work together, but yet they work separately.
Yeah,
Because once they pass on, depending on your security level, once they get a certain amount of data or whatever they're trying to get, they pass it on
hmm
You want to
to a higher security, and he can't give up nothing. Once he passes it on, he's not gonna be able to give up
yeah.
nothing. Because he knows nothing now.
But
He only knows what he had. That's it.
Yeah.
the difference between Republicans and Democrats? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to break it down because this is how it was broken down to me. They go to the exact same country club, they just play for different golf teams.
Yeah, for
Wow.
sure, for sure.
But yep, we now things have just changed and they're out of control and something crazy. Well, not crazy. It's just something going to have to happen. I think that guy, that Marine, he that's one of them guys that believe in the oath, man.
hmm
He believe in the oath, and I was surprised that when they got rid of the Joint Chiefs, that stuff just didn't happen then. The Joint Chiefs are a very unique group of military minds,
hmm
and they got rid of them. And I mean, they put some guys in that didn't even go to boot camp, um, in these positions, swore them in as officers. I was like, man, we
Well,
are
and then
in trouble.
the most damning thing is then they want to take us to war.
Yeah.
That's the most damning
With
thing
no, don't
about
have
it.
no war experience or knowledge of. They putting them boys out there to slaughter.
Yeah.
Leading them to slaughter. Cause them cats over there good. They good at what they do,
Man, that's
and they
all.
wi-
That's all
and
the
they
I.
willing to
That's
go
all they
all
do in the
the way.
Middle East is blow
Yep.
people up and fight war. That's all.
Mhm.
They have kids and young men, especially coming out of the womb, and they're training them at 3 and 4 years old how to hold a rifle, how to fight in combat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And that was a question that I asked some people. I asked him, I said, when you see these young men, these boys, because they're not young men, they're boys overseas, and you see pictures of them and you know they're training soldiers. I said, have you ever seen one of them little kids with a pistol? They said, no, I ain't never seen them. I said, exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
You never seen them with a pistol. They giving them a rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they ain't playing.
And this is the difference between the United States and these other foreign countries. And you saw the prime example of it. I don't know if you guys remember the movie Godfather, uh, where uh, Michael was going to see what was the guy's name in Miami? I forgot the guy's name. That was the golly, what was his name? But anyway, the guy in Miami was like the Godfather over all Godfathers, and Michael was going his way to go see him. And they were in Cuba, matter of fact, it wasn't Miami, but Michael witnessed a rebel actually put a bomb on himself, and rather than being caught captured alive, he set the bomb off right there in the street where he took the life of several officers and the chief. And that's the kind of war that we're fighting now. We're up against people who are willing to die for what we believe, right?
Oh
We
yeah.
got people that are over there we're hiding behind surveillance and a rifle or air attacks to win wars. And these are the type of wars that we got kids that are when that matter of fact, I now know what reminded me of it. The guy when they did the interview of a little kid, 8-year-old kid over in Israel, and they asked him what did he want to do when he grew up.
Huh.
He said, I wanted to be like my dad and kill Americans.
Oh, this was someone. This was an Israeli kid saying this.
Yeah. Yeah. He said, I want to be like my dad and kill Americans.
Okay, so if this is an Israeli, you sure this wasn't a kid from Palestine or a kid from Iran? This kid was from Israel.
It was on CNN News. They were doing a report, and I'm not sure if it was Israeli or Pakistan. I think it was Israeli though.
If this kid was from Israel, and yet this is the same exact country that for years it ain't just Trump doing it. Biden did it, Obama did it, but I mean every damn president except one did it, and the one who didn't do it, he got his head blown off.
Yeah. Now this is the matter of fact. I think Bush was in office when that kid said this. I think it was during that war, and that's when everybody was speculating that Bush was trying to save his assets in the oil and gas industry. But when they did that interview with that little kid, that's when I was like, yeah, our kids and grandkids are going to be the ones fighting for this same war. And so, I mean, it's coming to truth. But when they did that, I was like, there's no hope now.
America hasn't won a war since World War II.
Crazy. But, yeah.
And
what head are we on now? When you bring it when you Bible prophecy, what are we on the sixth head of all the power that don't fail?
They say we're living in the well. The thing is, what it says in the Bible is that they want to build that third temple up there, and you know what they say? Once that third temple's built, 7 years of the Antichrist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then after that, God's supposed to come.
Yeah.
And all of us that believed in Him. That's why you got to get your relationship with God right. Y'all have to. Y'all have to get your relationship with God right, man. That's why I'm so lucky that my dad exposed me to this stuff. Y'all got to get your relationship with God right, and y'all have to start praying. You go to church from time to time, but if you don't go to church, at least pray. At least try to better yourself in God's image, because you never know when He's coming.
Yeah.
And you know what they say? All of those that walked with Him, believed with Him, He's gonna save them. He's gonna take them up to heaven, and He's gonna leave the rest of them, those who didn't believe in Him, He's gonna let them burn on this earth. or
Yeah,
what
for sure.
remains of it.
And it's like I share with so many people, and I share so much with my sons, right? But the and a lot of and I hate to come off like I'm a Bible thumper, and I'm not. And my mom was like that. She was that guy, man. I mean that woman, strong black woman. You know, she would come at you to uh to get you right. You know what I mean? If you come at her with a problem, she's gonna start with a scripture and she's gonna work her way through that, and then she's gonna be like, okay, let's address your problem. That's the type of person she was. Uh, but the one person, my father-in-law, and he's passed away now, but he's that one person that got me to thinking outside of just existing. Right now, my son, my firstborn son, is what got me out of the street. But it took my father-in-law to show me one of the greatest acts of love that I have ever seen from one person, from a man to another man. And I'm sure pretty sure every man has went through this when they prepare themselves for that conversation with the father-in-law when he invites you over. And the I I'm at home getting dressed and I'm going back and forth in my head, like, if he asked me that question, what are my intentions with his daughter? Oh, my answer was rehearsed in my head. I mean, it was rehearsed to the point where I was like, okay, I can't mess this up. But when I got over there, he wasn't concerned about my relationship with his daughter. He wanted to know where I was spiritually. Very first question. And then after the meal, he said, hey, how did you enjoy your meal? I said it was outstanding, and it was good. I didn't lie to him. I said it was outstanding, and I gave my props. I gave his wife, my mother-in-law, I gave her props. I said, Ms. Williams, I said, this is a very good meal. You did a very good job. I said, thank you. And my father-in-law cut me off, and he says, my wife did not cook that. My daughter did.
Man, you told me that. You said this on live.
Hey,
You said he was dangling it in front of you.
Yeah.
This is
hey,
what you could
you were patting
have.
your pocket. You were trying to find that ring then when you
Hey,
were patting
what?
your pocket.
I
I
went
left
straight.
the ring home.
Hey, at that time, I went straight to say service merchandise. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember service merchandise. I was I was ring shopping. I hadn't even graduated high school yet.
Right.
But yeah, man, it was one of those things, man. I tell you, it takes a certain act, right, to get you to start realizing where you're coming up short, right? And like, I can always say, well, I've done this for that person, I've done this for that person, but I have never done nothing on that scale to help somebody out. I've lent money, I've lent a hand, but when it comes to helping somebody out on that level, up to that point, I had never done anything nowhere close to that. When it comes to act of love, so I say, like Jesus displayed.
Right.
So I had to take a real hard, long look and be like, okay, nah, bro, you can't keep going like this. And even then, I didn't get it right. Even then. But then my first son was born.
That changed the game right there.
That changed the game.
For real, man.
Game. I mean, and at that point, I'm looking at my firstborn, I'm looking at my son, and the first thing I could think of, how can my dad have left us like this? Because he left us. It was 5 boys and 1 girl. He left my mom, and we were all steps, one after the other, one after the other. And it took me years to forgive my dad. It took me years. It took even longer for him to meet his grandkids. But once I started making that change, I had to realize I had to forgive him. And I had gotten married since then, and that's when I started to realize, okay, things happen in the marriage where a man and a woman don't always agree, But up until that point, I actually went and took him out, had that long talk with him, and told him I finally forgave him. I was harboring resentment because of what happened, But and at that time, that's when he met his grandkids. But that's the same thing that, like, I was reading somebody's comment. They said the whole world needs to get on board with something like that. And I'm not saying that I got it right. I still don't have it right. I'm imperfect. But at the same time, if the world can recognize where they're coming up short, right? That changes the game significantly. You
Oh
have
yeah.
you have to consider your neighbor, your friend, your wife, your aunt, your uncle, your child. You have to consider it. Like all my decisions now is based on how it affects my family and friends. It's not about me, and I could care less anymore. And it's not because I don't got up in age. It's because I've been getting it wrong all this time. Helping my friends, my neighbors, or whoever I cross paths with is helping me because I'm that type of. I'm not saying everybody can do that. It's just that with me, I was that type of guy. And I think that if everybody considered their friend, I think a lot of it, like I said, if everybody considered their friend, considered their neighbor, considered their wife, how every action that you make or decision that you make impact them, I think a lot of respect will be handled. I think a lot of disrespect wouldn't be looked at as disrespect. I don't think we'll have a bunch of emotional people running around the earth, being selfish. Because I really truly believe, like back in the day, man, the United States wasn't built like this. It was not built like this. Now, granted, we had some inner city wars, inner city relations when it came to race and stuff like that, but decisions weren't just made just out of the blue. It's just like now, just go to war, forget it, just go wipe them out. Like that's the answer. Not realizing that those people got families over here who
Exactly.
are gonna be like, hey, wait a minute, you just wiped out my family for no reason. So it's like I said, these your actions, like the one my father-in-law took when he brought me over. That one action changed my life and perspective on a lot of stuff, man. I mean, on a lot of stuff, and I think a lot of people have gotten away from uh, accountability. You know, there's making everything selfish and about them is why we can't grow as a country, not just as a race, as men, as women, but as a country. We have gotten so selfish, but that comes from and stemming from our leadership because everybody's trying to do so hard to stay above water. So sometimes your hands are tied. You can't help your friend. You can't help your neighbor, not physically anyway.
Yeah,
But
because
if
hey,
I was, yeah,
you have to take care of your own first. Like that
yeah,
that is the thing. Like here's the thing. I can't hand you this, certain amount if, I'm myself am, struggling to, you know, keep the gas bill, keep the gas on or keep the lights on or,
right.
make sure my car doesn't get repossessed. Shit like that. Everyone's dealing with it in this world. That's why, for instance,
Hmm.
you just have to invest. You got to invest. You got to, make tough decisions. You got to make tough calls. That's just how it is in this world today.
Right.
Because I'm already thinking about it. I don't know how old you are, Fandemic. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
how old are you?
50,
Okay,
55.
you're 55.
Yeah,
So you still got what about another 7 or 8 years until Social Security?
man, God willing.
But here's the thing. I'm getting ready to get to there. Social
Right.
Security, it may not be around much longer
Yeah, that
because
part.
the government is taking money out of Social Security and 401ks and stuff like that,
Mhm.
and they're using it to fund these wars. And the number one question that I've asked myself: why are we even sending all this money over to foreign countries?
Right. Right. Makes no sense. I don't
Why?
know why.
And you got the Chinese over here in their country. They don't take any Americans.
Right.
And man, the kids in China in the third grade, they're learning advanced calculus 2 or arithmetics. And yet
Mhm.
we got kids. Oh, have y'all seen the TikToks of the teacher saying that these kids are in the 8th grade and reading on a 3rd grade level?
Wow.
They can't count money either.
They
Mm-mm.
Not
can't
change.
count. They can't count money. That's why they can't go and they can't work at McDonald's or Chick-fil-A.
Can't write in cursive.
Wow. Yeah,
So,
that's crazy to me. I never did understand that one. I was writing cursive in 2nd grade.
I told
Oh,
my
they
grandkids, you
they
gonna
took
write.
it.
We don't write in school, Granddad. I said, you gonna write when I'm here.
Yeah.
You go get. I bought a tablet. You gotta write.
Nah, they type everything. And see, you shouldn't be putting that technology in front of a 5 year old.
Right. Right.
You aren't even letting them develop.
Nope. Man,
And
I
see,
think they come out of the womb now looking for a tablet, for a device.
schools are trying to reverse it, but the thing is, I think now they're trying to reverse it because the schools fear they know what's coming and that the school systems and the traditional schools and all that, it ain't even going to exist in 15 years with AI. That's why they're trying to reverse all this.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to save their own asses. They don't care about the kids.
Oh, God, man.
Not at all.
Nah,
Not at
that's
all.
what they trying to self-preserve.
That's crazy.
You know? But hey, man, what can we do? We can't even look. We can't even dwell together as Falcon fans.
You know?
Exactly. Man,
We can't even dwell in peace.
we got
Yeah.
a divided fan base. They can't even get their. You got a lot of people in this fan base can't even get their shit together.
Man.
Man, we can't even just. Hey, man, let's just agree, and we want these guys to win some kind of way, and let's talk about it. Let's just be able to talk
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, like, when I became a content creator, Falcon content creator, that was like my ultimate like goal to bridge this fan base. You know, get everybody on the same page. That's all we want to do is like want the Falcons to win. Show that we want the Falcons to win. You know, get into these games and the seats are filled with Falcon fans. You know, that was the agenda. But and another content creator told me, and I didn't believe it, that hey, this is not what you think. It's not going to be as easy as that. And I didn't believe him. So my goal was to reach out to as many content creators to do as many shows with them. I didn't care who they were, how many followers they had, how many subscribers they had, how many shows they had. I didn't care how they thought. I didn't care. All I wanted to do, as long as they were Falcon fans, I wanted to talk Falcons. But now I think I'm at 280 shows in or something like that. And it took me that long to realize he was completely right. And that's sad as a fan base. You call yourself a Falcon fan. But I get it too. Blackberry was saying that a lot of these people have, or content creators have, issues outside of the platform. So
I'm willing to bet if this video gets out, because Blackberry touched on it, and there's no problem with that. But maybe just the wording, the way I said it, but that guy thinks he's better than this, because it's been said before.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, hey man, like, questioning me about, am I a fan? I was like, yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a '60s baby, so
right.
As a small child, the Miami Dolphins were the team of the South.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Falcons came. So I'm like, didn't know nothing. I was a little kid, but still, my granddad, he went with the Falcons. Atlanta, like they call it up the road. So we got a football team up the road.
Right.
But and then even hometown, we had a hometown guy that well, at the time, was the town I lived in for a while. William Andrews played with the Falcons. So I'm like, okay, now I got another attachment with this team. So, and then just always was a fan.
Right.
Always took the licks, but I was always a fan. And now that the way things are now, it seems like we're as weak as fans as we have ever been.
Yeah.
Or divided. as we have ever been.
Well, you know what comes with division? Your weakness show.
Yeah, your weakness show. Right. That's
So
why I
you
said
right on
speak it
point.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, you right on point.
And
Yeah.
so, I'm glad that Chandler allowed me to do it. And I know it's okay. Because I challenge anybody. Yeah, hey, if they got a problem with what I said, I'm not gonna be disrespectful. Hey,
Right.
leave Chandler a message,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll arrange it,
Yeah.
and we'll talk about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hey,
I'm not
Now,
gonna argue.
I think I did
I'm
that
not
on
gonna argue.
on what was it? It wasn't Birdcage. Blackberry is a part of that channel too. The one with Maggie T and all them. When
Yeah,
I was on their show one day,
yeah,
and I know one of them said it. I know I can see them saying it.
right.
And
Oh, yeah.
but I was on their show one day, and I told them, I said, look, if anybody want to challenge me on anything about the Falcons, come and talk to me.
Right.
And it's not about displaying how much I know about the Falcons, but if you want to talk Falcon football, let's talk like folk. Let's go ahead and talk Falcon football.
I'm
You
Right.
can
about
ask
I'm
me,
Exactly.
I'm
and
about to
you,
circle everything that we talked about tonight, from
mm-hmm,
obviously the Falcons, and we got into some real world stuff, and I'm
yeah,
about to circle it all together. If
mm-hmm,
you're not man enough to tap a link and talk to people when you ain't even seen them face to face, you don't even got to
right,
turn your camera on, but you
right,
tap a link, especially when you're not doing anything. If you're not man enough to tap a link,
right.
that should tell you all you need to know about where this world is headed.
There you go.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
opportunities are there.
there.
If you're
If
not
you
willing
can,
to, yeah, it's a
It's there.
if
basic
you just come
opportunity.
in, and okay, let's say for instance, it's just me. If I come on a channel and first of all, I'm coming into their house, so
Mm-hmm.
and they're a little rough around the edges. I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna present myself to be friendly and respectful, and maybe they'll warm up,
Right.
and that's how I always do. But at the same time, I'm still coming in, and I'm gonna represent me, who I am. This is who you're gonna get. You know, I'm gonna be respectful at all times, and I'm only gonna do what I know what to do, how to do
Mm,
it. I'm
right.
not gonna come in and try to act like I know everything about everything because I don't put that much work in it.
Right.
No, you guys put a lot of work in it. And I'm a hands-on guy. I'm an eye test guy.
Mm-hmm.
But in the last year or two, I've started to say, man, I need to start doing some studying, man, because you know I can't go in these rooms and really have a fair conversation with these people.
Right.
So, and as passionate as I am about the Falcons, I got to step my game up.
Yeah.
And I used my career in the corporate world to kind of channel how I look at football now.
Yeah.
So that's the angle that I use. Just
You
on
would
the
think that would
business
be
side.
enough. You would actually think that would be enough if a person, a fan, or a fellow podcaster had the passion to get on your stage or on your platform. You would think that would be enough to allow that person a voice, right? And I could care less of how knowledgeable you are, right? But if you have the passion to speak on something, oh, you got a voice on my platform. I'm not there to outshine you. I'm not there to
Right.
to try to highlight your weakness, like you don't know what you're talking about or whatever. If you said something who was it? Somebody had said I said something that somebody didn't agree with, and they came up and then the way they addressed it was, uh, I think it was you, Chandler. He said I think what you said was yeah, but I'm going to do what you said. I think you didn't agree with me, but I forgot how you worded it.
I don't,
But
I
at the
don't, I
same
don't,
time,
I don't remember.
uh,
He might have said I'm gonna
same
push
time,
back
you
on it or
said one more
something
time.
like that. He might have said but I'm gonna have to push back on that a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah,
And
Chandler said he'll say that I'm gonna have to push back on that a little bit.
yeah, and the thing
Yeah.
is that makes for great exchange of camaraderie. You know what I mean?
That
It's not
that's
it's
how
not
you keep a conversation going.
Exactly. Even if a person is wrong, you say, "Hey, I'm gonna have to push back on that," or
Sometimes, hey, sometimes you gotta do that to
mhm,
just maybe you don't even necessarily believe it, but you also
right,
might not believe what the other person is saying, but you just got to keep the conversation going.
right. I mean, that's what it's
Sometimes
all about.
that's what you got to do in this world. But see,
Hmm.
man, I don't think a lot of people get that.
I ask a lot of questions on all these panels.
Hmm. Yeah,
You know,
I noticed you do that. Yeah.
I ask a bunch. But see, that's part of having a panel,
Hmm.
and you have people in the chat.
Right.
And I don't understand how it is looked upon as being bad that you have people that's in the chat or whatever that ask those questions.
Right.
What really it's a sign of respect from those people of your knowledge.
Right.
If I come in there with, like I asked Blackberry them the other day, I said, and I'm talking about, it was on Georgia Tech support page, and man, that changed the whole course of that discussion. And my question was, what quarterback would come to the Falcons that would make you think that Penix might not be their quarterback?
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, that's the corporate in me.
Yeah. Yeah.
To say, okay, what are the signs? What are the symptoms going to be if they bring in a Mac Jones? I'm just using it for example.
Hmm.
Would they bring in a Mac Jones? That should tell me something about the direction that we're heading in the quarterback room
Right.
versus bringing in a Flacco
Yeah. Yeah.
versus bringing Kirk Cousins back.
Hmm.
It should tell me something. It should tell you something. you know. But if they bring in a cat that's gonna try to come in here and he's at the age where if he can win this job,
Hmm.
he's gonna be here for a while.
Yeah.
That's when you gotta say, uh-oh, either Michael Penix has had a setback
Hmm.
or Stefanski and them maybe saying Michael Penix is not our guy.
Right. Yeah.
So
And you know what? I said that the day that they hired Stefanski, very day that they hired it, I did a show, and a couple people said it was more than one, more than two, said I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, let me lay this out for you guys. I'm not gonna say that and don't have stuff to say to back it up.
right.
You know, and number one, got a new general manager who didn't draft Penix. Just because we labeled him, or should I say the old regime labeled him as a franchise quarterback, don't make him Ian Cunningham's franchise quarterback or Kevin Stefanski's quarterback. Number two, it's a totally different system that Penix doesn't operate in. Kevin Stefanski is a heavy run quarterback ran team or offense. That means Penix got to go under center. And I even went even further. It's like, hey, I even went back and watched, just because we hired Kevin Stefanski, I watched in one period, watched 4 hours of Michael Penix's highlights all the way back from Indiana. Not one snap came from up on the center. Not one. And it was his highlight reel now. And I'm like, you guys have to look at the bigger picture on the wall. And then the other day, I came back at him again in that thing, and I'm like, hey, this man has not been given the playbook yet. Now, if he's rehabbing, why wouldn't you want your quarterback sitting on his behind, looking at that playbook, getting all what he can? You talking about a guy that hasn't run in this system, getting all what he can and learn about this system. You haven't given him a playbook yet.
But he's gonna be ready for week one though. Okay.
Well, Michael Penix, he couldn't answer that question because John Gruden was like, John Gruden was like, why haven't you been given a playbook yet? And all Penix could say was,
Wait a minute,
it's
because I
coming.
didn't see the whole full interview. Michael Penix
Yeah.
ain't been given a playbook yet?
No, he hasn't been given a playbook yet. He hasn't been given a playbook. Now, if you got now I get it. We're not that far from camp.
Who is
right?
okay? I understand that it's still March, so it's early, but you're talking about a young quarterback.
Yeah.
Who is that an indictment on? Is that an indictment on Kevin Stefanski already for he's not trying to get the quarterback ready, or is that an indictment on they don't view Michael Penix as the guy?
I think, me personally, I don't think they view Michael Penix as the guy. I think that could be it.
Then they need to stop. They need to stop playing around.
Yeah, that's my point during that podcast. Like,
because it's the same
engine running on this thing.
It's the same old shit Atlanta's done for years.
Yeah, if he's your quarterback now, and when Matt Ryan gave his interview in his press conference, right? You're not going to bullshit the public. You're not going to bullshit the fan base.
And Matt knows that too.
Matt Ryan, go ahead.
Matt knows that too. You can't bullshit. Yeah. You can't bullshit these people.
Yeah. So when he was asked that question, hey, is Michael Penix your quarterback? If Michael Penix is your franchise guy, and you have adamantly said that, if he's your franchise guy, you got no problem saying, hey, he is our franchise quarterback. He is our quarterback of the future. He is our day one quarterback. You got no problem saying that. But Kevin Stefanski, Ian Cunningham, Matt Ryan, Arthur Blank, all four of them said, hey, first thing first, we're going to concentrate on getting him healthy.
That's the same guy that they paraded around Atlanta.
Exactly.
Summer before that.
If he is your franchise guy, you got no problem saying that. When Jaden Daniels went to Washington, they had no problem saying that he was that guy. When what's his name over in Denver?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix. They had no problem labeling him that guy. None. When over here in New Orleans, they had no problem labeling. I like this kid too. The starting quarterback. I forgot his name.
Chuck. And the thing is, too, I mean, he wasn't starting immediately, but when they started him, they made it clear this is our guy. He's gonna get his chance.
They were dialed in on him after that. Just after that first game.
And see the thing with Michael Penix though is, and I'm getting ready to actually shut this down because hey, y'all know it's spring 4 tonight, right?
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and I got to do it. I got to go to work in the morning.
Hey, I
got to confess again.
You got.
And I keep telling y'all, don't confess your sins to man.
There you go.
You confess your faults to man, but you better not confess your sins to man.
Probably
you gotta be on the chopping block.
You probably once again said some stuff tonight. Being up here 5 hours, you gonna have to confess. You're gonna have to confess to the Lord.
Hey man, I get clean, bro. I believe in being clean, man.
Hey, you get dirty that whole week, but then on Sunday now, you gotta go and you gotta get your weekly bath from the Lord.
Hey man, look. Yeah. I tell you what. I when I became clean, right? I did not. I strive. I'm not gonna say I'm perfect, but I strive to be. Nobody's perfect, and it's hard in this day and time, especially. But at the same time, you have to put in the realm and respect of like you got other people watching. You know what I mean? So, like you said, if you get on here and confess, somebody's gonna call you out on it.
Oh yeah,
somebody's gonna call you out on it. Trust me, it's gonna happen. Yeah,
that's what I told Debo. I mean, man, you got a lot of time in your hands, bro. You know when you behind the scenes, bro, you got to be clean, man.
Yeah.
You know when nobody's watching, you got to be clean, man. You just gotta, and it'll pay off, man.
Yeah.
You know, right now where I'm at in my life, I mean, you know, everybody gonna eventually, man. You gotta be in touch with your mortality. But at the same time, man, when you wake every day you wake up, man, you got another opportunity.
You got hey
You have
that's
another
what you gotta
opportunity.
do. That's what you gotta
Yep,
do,
you just
man.
gotta be
But
clean, man.
hey, we'll like I say, it's getting a little late, and I got some things to
Yeah,
do, and it's gonna be hey, it ain't no 2 a.m. tonight, so it's gonna be 3 o'clock in an hour. So like I still
Right.
got some things I gotta take
yeah,
care of. So here's the deal. I believe Georgia Texas boy is going live tomorrow. Shout out to Georgia Texas boy. He's still
Yep.
in the chat, man.
And
Shout
on
out to
in
Georgia
there.
Texas boy. He'll be
hey,
live
man.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Monday, I'm gonna be live over here, and we're gonna do live coverage about whatever the hell the Falcons did
Mm-hmm.
during free. Because listen, things are gonna get crazy Monday, so I'll be
Yeah.
live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we're gonna come back on next weekend, and we might just have a topic on the line similar to this.
Right.
So and
True.
we might be zeroing in also. But
Mm-hmm.
we'll leave it there. We'll leave it
Yeah.
there. But
I'll be going live tomorrow too, so that might just be an all day show tomorrow. That thing I'm covering a lot tomorrow.
you'll be live tomorrow.
I'll be live tomorrow.
All right, man.
Don't know exactly what
All
time it's going to
right,
be a pop
man.
up
Shoot.
show.
Hey, say y'all's last piece.
Yeah, but yeah, man. Look, this free agency is well around right around the corner. So guys, uh, tomorrow doing a show tomorrow. I'm not setting a time as to when I'm going to start. It's going to be a pop up show, and I'm definitely not going to set a time for it to end because if I can be in there 4 or 5 hours, I don't care. We're going to talk Falcon football. There's going to be a lot to put out there. I'm talking quarterback. I'm talking wide receiver. I'm talking D tackle. We're talking about the coaches regime. We're talking about Ian Cunningham, and we got like I said, we're gonna get deep and dive into this quarterback thing. So guys, look for me tomorrow. Look for the notification. You guys will see. I'm gonna put it out there. So on all platforms, all the Falcon groups. So look for you tomorrow, and please come and join, come support. We're talking Falcon football tomorrow.
Gotcha.
OG, it was your show
Okay.
tonight. Say you
Hey,
say
man, hey,
say your
Chandler,
last
man, I
piece.
appreciate you, man. I had a lot on my mind. I learned some. I learned some things tonight about this situation. But I will say this. This was part two of a three-part series, and I don't know when part three is coming, but it's coming,
Mm.
and it's gonna kind of be um, summing it all up on my end as being the fan. Like I said, I'm just the OG in the chat. I hit a link, whatever, but I really hope that this fan base we can just come together. Win, lose or draw. Let's do it together.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any difference who's right, who knows more, who's the biggest fan, or who has the most subs and all of that. If we're not together as a solid fan base,
Right.
you know what I'm saying, and just make the people feel comfortable, especially you guys in Atlanta, man. You know, there's a lot of people, man, like me. I was glad to see the content on YouTube because I wasn't able to talk to anybody up here in North Carolina about the Falcons. They
Mm.
didn't want to hear that. They like to talk about 28-3, but they know I'm not. Hey, buddy, I catch up with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, but like I said, part three coming soon,
All right.
and it's gonna be interesting. But at the same time, man, you guys keep putting out that good content, man, and just be positive, and maybe the energy will catch on.
Yeah. So.
All right, that's it from me.
Well,
And I do apologize, Chandler. Man, I look. I
no,
guess
hey, it's all
thing.
good. It's all
Yeah,
because
but I
listen,
appreciate you having me
I
on
was
the
telling
platform.
some people, I'm
Yeah,
listen, I'm when I do these streams, I'm starting to set aside time, starting to
yeah,
plan it. What if this? Hey, what if
Yeah,
this
he did
goes?
say that though. He did
Yeah.
say that.
What? Hey,
Yeah,
I'm prepared for this to go late now. But
yeah,
and
yeah,
hey, it is spring forward. So hey,
yeah.
say
yeah.
if you got any manual clocks still, make sure to set them and take care of your business. But
Right, though. I'm glad you said that because I gotta go ahead and change my alarm clock. As soon as I go in, I'm out back, so in my little game room back here. So
All right.
hey man, that's all. Ain't
But
nothing
All right,
else to be
man.
said.
Yes, sir.
We'll see y'all later.
All right,
all
man.
right,
You ain't got you ain't gotta go home,
You gotta get out of here.
but you gotta get out of
Just about to
here.
all right.
Hey, peace.
Peace.